your fault, that is.
She answers to anything.
Another biblical name. Now, I know I've had 3 reasons. Where's my little yellow list here? Right, good morning, members. It's just after 10 o'clock, and this is the Planning Committee for Friday the 10th of May, 2024, in case anybody was in any doubt. I've had apologies for absence from Ian Huddleston, Jean Warmby and Dermot Murphy. Are there any other apologies that anybody is aware of? Nope. And could I, whilst, before we get into the main part of the agenda, welcome Rachel in her full capacity as a voting and nuisance-making member of the committee. And I hope you enjoy the work that we endeavour to do. The minutes of the last meeting held on the 19th of April 2024, I'm going to move those for approval, but I know Bill's got a point on them. Can somebody second them for approval? Yeah, okay, and then we'll amend them if we have to. Right, Bill?
Just on page 8, or 224, which is a paragraph which says repair and conversion of all barns. I think it means old barns. And on 4424, that's erection of electronic supplements, etc., Great Longston. It was said that it referred to the 60-day per year rule for up to 50 pitches, which people are entitled to. I just made the point at the meeting that is dependent on suitable. You can't necessarily put vehicles onto a site or have a lot of people on the site unless there's suitable access. So I did as a caveat, doesn't mean to say that each time you consider an application for a use such as camping or caravanning or whatever, that you should use that as a reason, because it depends on the access and words to that effect. So it just appears as though that it appears without condition, that comment there. That's the sort of towards the end of 4424.
Okay. Well, that point is not an amendment to the minutes, but the point is understood, and I think it's always been understood, actually. The other one is the typo. So subject to that typo being corrected, members, can I approve those as a correct record? Thank you. Anyone against? Anyone abstaining? No. Okay, thank you. The next item on the agenda is no urgent business. Public participation occurs as we go along. Declarations of interest. I will make the general point that several of us here at different times have received representations on agenda item 7, particularly from one of the speakers we've had today, Andrew Ford. But obviously we haven't committed ourselves to any views on this particular application. And on agenda item 9, I'm a member of Taddington Parish Council, but I did not vote on the application when it came before the Parish Council. Any other declarations of interest? Let's take them around the table in turn. Ginny?
I think several of us may have had the email for item 12 from the applicant.
Oh, I haven't. Okay. Who's had the application for item 12?
It's Ivy Cottage,
Ivy Cottage.
Lydgate Lane.
Only 1, 2, 3. Right, okay. Any other declarations? Mike?
Former employees of the Park Authority who are now acting as agents. In my case, it's Jane Newman in relation to item 14, but I believe there are others.
Oh, this is from
like Sarah Foster.
Yeah. Well spotted. Yeah. This is from the speakers list today. Yeah. Yes, we note those. Andrew. Yes. Okay, so those can be noted, but they're not really declarations of interest, they're just for the record, as it were.
Can I just confirm, in relation to the letter or the email sent in relation to item 12, did any members send any response in relation to that?
No.
You just received the email. Yes, thank you.
Kath, have you... Okay. So item 14, which one is that?
It's just reference to Jane.
Oh, Jane, okay, right, okay. Right, onto the agenda proper, if I can find it. Agenda item 6, which is
Sorry,
the...
Chair.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, just on item 13, that I've sort of a knowledge of that through because it's in Hathersage, and I've had discussions with officers and some of the local residents and the parish council about that, although I don't feel it's prejudicial, but I have a knowledge of that.
Okay, thank you. Matt.
Yeah, my apologies for being late. I'm not absent. I'm not.
We
no
didn't
longer
notice you were missing, actually.
absent. Good. Well, that's good to know.
Okay. Right. Can we get on to the agenda?
But Sarah Foster was here as well when whilst I was being on application 11.
Yes, I think we picked that one up, actually, Kath. Thanks.
Oh.
We have. Thank you. Right. I'm getting on to the agenda proper, which is agenda item 6, the land up at Fryden near New Haven in Buxton. And Helen, you're going to introduce it for us? Thank you. We did do a site visit yesterday, as you know.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so this planning application relates to an existing small-scale landfill site in close proximity to the A515 at New Haven. It has been operational since the 1950s, originally for the working of small-scale silica sandpits, and latterly for the depositing of imported inert waste arising from the manufacturing of ceramic products at the applicant's nearby refractory. This photo shows the gated access and the track. The planning application has come about to regularise over-tipping of the imported inert waste beyond the original permission boundary shown by the solid red line on the location plan on the screen. Oh, actually, it doesn't look very different, does it, there? The bits on the east. This was discovered by officers during routine monitoring visits a few years ago, and in addition, the application seeks to consolidate the progressive restoration and aftercare strategy for the revised site area. The proposed restoration master plan shows that the proposal aims to restore the former quarry to the approximate levels of the adjoining land and to establish a mosaic of suitable habitats for the local setting which are of improved biodiversity value compared with the existing or those which would naturally establish without proposed intervention and management. The mosaic of habitats comprise lowland, calcareous grassland, neutral grassland, lowland heath, trees, hedgerows and the attenuation lagoon. These newly created habitats will be achieved through successful implementation of the management prescriptions outlined in the submitted closure and aftercare management plan, and a recommended condition requires submission of annual reports detailing restoration and aftercare progress. The proposal incorporates a surface water drainage system designed to attenuate on-site... Oh, that's not right. Oh, okay. On-site surface water runoff without a need to discharge off-site. So I'll just run through these. They are actually on one plan. Okay, so this is an extract of the plan that is the restoration contours. And according to the applicant, the total amount left to tip to reach the proposed restoration contours is approximately 4,500 cubic metres. And assuming the current annual amount sent to the site continues and factoring in a contingency period to allow for unpredictable delays, the applicant estimates the landforming operations will be complete by 2033 and has agreed to the imposition of a planning condition securing this end date. I'll just whiz through these. They're a bit small to read off the screen. The blue line shows the existing contours and the green is where they aim to get to. The restoration of the site is proposed to take place in phases as shown on the restoration phasing plan, and the intention being to accelerate the ecological restoration works on the reinstated sections as the site progresses. As seen at the site visit yesterday, tipping is nearly complete within phase 1 and 2 in the west corner, and except for final rolling and removal of any protruding bricks and offcuts, and the first layer has also been deposited within phase 3 and 4 to the north. Completed phases will be fenced off to avoid further tipping taking place within those areas prior to restoration of the proposed habitats, and no soils will be imported from external sources. This photo is looking west, showing progress within phase 1 and 2. The A515 lies beyond the trees, although you can't see it. This photo is looking north towards phase 3 and 4. And looking east towards 5 and 6, and the applicant's refractory is, you can just see the roof in the distance. This photo is looking towards phase 7 to the east, and is predominantly the over-tipped area, the majority of which won't have any further tipping. The proposal constitutes major development because it involves waste development, even though it is a small-scale facility. Government planning policy, which is echoed in the development plan, discourages major development within a national park except in exceptional circumstances and where public benefits can be demonstrated. In this case, there are a number of public benefits which collectively are considered sufficient to justify exceptional circumstances. These include secure and progressive restoration across the revised site, imposing a set of modern planning conditions against which future monitoring visits will assess compliance, ongoing recovery of a local supply of inert waste, and significant ecological benefits resulting in the potential to provide around 40% biodiversity gains. Potential impacts have been considered in the report, and there are no outstanding issues raised by statutory consultees, and no representations have been received from members of the public. Operation of the site will continue to be controlled by the Environment Agency through a varied environmental permit, and in accordance with government guidance, the authority should work on the assumption that the environmental permit will be properly applied and enforced. On balance, the proposal is considered acceptable subject to planning conditions, and delegated authority is sought for officers to agree final wording of the recommended conditions.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, as I said, we did do the site visit yesterday. My personal view is that it was good work being done and it was fairly straightforward, but have any other members got any thoughts on it? Rachel?
Oh, yeah, I've just got a question about one of the conditions, which is it says on the completion of the restoration scheme, the site will be managed for 5 years. Do we know a time that those habitats that are going to be created through that restoration scheme will have to be retained? Are you using the 30-year minimum BNG, or how is that going to be ensured that they are going to be there for longer than that 5-year period? Thank you.
Okay, so definitely a statutory 5-year period. Unfortunately, this application was submitted before the BNG mandatory requirements, so I'm unsure whether we can apply the 30-year requirement in this case. Yeah, you can.
May I answer?
Yes, by all means.
Thank you.
Your thing needs to be on.
Yeah, you're on.
Great. Yeah, thanks. I think it's the application was submitted before the mandatory requirement for biodiversity net gain. I think obviously it's going to take some time to progressively restore the site. So in overall, there'll probably be more than a 5-year benefit because some phases will be restored earlier than others. There isn't a mechanism to control it any further than that, but that is the final approved restoration after use of the site. So it can't be anything else unless a planning application came in. So you're certainly getting a much bigger enhancement than you would have if you just left it as it was at the moment. Thank you.
Do you want? Yeah.
And also, condition 13 imposes a restoration master plan and a closure and aftercare management plan as well. So they'll have to work in compliance with that. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Are you happy with that?
I'm happy with the answer.
Well, that's okay. That's fine. Mike?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Fully support the recommendation and the work that's been done to get us to this point. Just have a question about the lagoon. There seemed to be a second pool of water as well off to the east. Aside from evaporation back into the atmosphere, does the water from the lagoon drain into the water table? I'm just concerned about increased rainfall that's expected in the coming decades.
Yeah, the proposal was just to retain the surface water on site and say it would be evaporation.
Building capacity.
Yeah. Yeah, and it was assessed in terms of climate change. It added in a climate change factor as well.
Happy with that? Yeah, okay. Matt?
Yeah, it goes back to the BNG point, actually. I accept that there's no mechanism within planning policy at the moment to insist on a 30-year period. Obviously, this is a regularisation of something which they've been doing against policy already. You know, so if we voted no to it, then they'd have to reapply, wouldn't they? So you know, is there a mechanism by which we can do something? Because the fact that we're being I hate regularising of planning stuff, because we have a planning process so that people follow the planning process, and they haven't. They may well have put in the planning permission that they put in without the regularising, knowing that if they put it in 2 months later, they'd have to do 30 years of BNG. Well, they can't, you know.
I understand
that can't work.
I understand the point you're making, but the reality is that if we were to refuse it now, they could appeal. And they would appeal on the basis of the situation and the policies that were available at the time when the application was made. So I don't think that would achieve what you're trying to get at. Ken Richardson I think, next.
Yeah, I'm just concerned if it's a man-made lagoon, would there be life preservers available? I try and get that on all our plans for attenuation tanks.
How deep will it be?
Yeah, I think we could. So, Chair, if I may.
Yes, please.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. I think we could add a condition requiring, life preservers. But yeah, it's just in case it makes sense. We could add that.
Okay. And Rachel wanted to come back. You're right. Okay. Thank you very much. In that case, well, I'm for the sake of to get the discussion going, I'm going to move it for approval on the terms set out in the report. That's seconded. Has anybody got any amendment to that or any other comment on it? In that case, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Anyone against? Anyone abstaining? 1, 2. Okay, thank you very much indeed. Now, we have a slight problem. Could somebody see whether Mr. Ford and the other chap are outside? Mr. Noble. Otherwise, we're going to have a brief pause. So I could do those. Members, we are still waiting for this agenda item 7 people to arrive, but I am reminded that there are 2 reports right at the end of the agenda that we could be doing now and using up our time more fruitfully. So I'm going to go on to page 137, agenda item 15. Well,
Oh, you could do those.
Yes. So there's the planning enforcement update.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, so it's planning performance.
Sorry, I beg your pardon.
It's the development management performance thresholds set by the government, and it's just an update to highlight that the current figures from the returns that I've put in are showing that we're now over the 2-year designation measured period. And our 2-year average is now around 75%. Government will be looking for 70. So that moves the authority out of the risk of designation that's been a threat put to us from Government Office for the last year, 18 months or so. Really good trajectory, really good improvement. The additional news to make on that is that government are talking about changing the goalposts in how they measure that. Currently, you're allowed to factor in agreed extensions of time on top of the figure that you have for decisions within 8 weeks. And that helps almost every planning authority in the country. So that's a significant tool that authorities are using to engage with applicants and agents to sometimes get an application over the line, improve plans. But government are seeing that is that can be abused sometimes to retrofit times at the end of a process. Really what we should be looking for is good engagement at the start of the process. We've brought back pre-application advice, so we're well on track with that. In any case, we've met in the last week with colleagues from the Planning Advisory Service to pick up from the service improvements that we've made already, and we're very impressed by that, that we're self-aware and that we've made a lot of changes, but there's still things we can do, to tweak the way we write our reports, the way that we consult, the way that we go through our processes, and all those are extra tightenings that we can make to make sure that we're on top of that. So trajectory is good, there's more we can do, but government are kind of happy with the direction we're taking. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Any members got any comments on that? Ginny?
I'd just like to congratulate everybody in the planning department who's gone through quite a painful time, and it's really good to see that we're where we are now. So thank you very much, and to move the recommendation.
Yes, okay.
I'll certainly second it. Jenny said what I was going to say, Chair, which was to congratulate officers and the achieving the progress that we have, and members as well, really, because in part it's the reorganisation that we've approved, the changes in salary structures, making the employment here that much more attractive, as well as other changes that have positively supported recruitment and training of our particularly development management staff. So it was along those lines, Chair. So yeah, I'm happy to second the recommendation.
Any other members? Bill?
I think a little time ago, a few months ago, I sort of mentioned, or we mentioned, the possibility of celebrating the fact that, and this may not be appropriate, of the number of decisions that are made outside this committee, because I think they are, and there's a whole load of approvals each month which we don't know about, which is fine, but there's just to blunt or address the public perception sometimes that the Peak Park always refuses things rather than approves things. So whether those statistics could come before us, if that's appropriate, on a monthly basis, I think it would be helpful, unless they're not helpful, obviously. But I mean, I think that would be a helpful thing to see, if that's possible.
We do actually get a list. Actually, I'm beginning to wonder whether it's got a bit erratic, actually, but we do get a list every month, don't we, of decisions made by officers under delegated powers. No, I think they come every month, don't they? Or is it every quarter?
Was it sent through?
We get it every month. Beginning of every month, it's generated.
Yeah. So you should be getting that in your email system.
I've never seen that, no.
There are one or two things. But,
Could certainly add it to the
sorry, Ken, yes. Could you turn your machine off?
Sorry?
Could you turn your machine off?
I've...
Your
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying I've never seen...
But just picking up on the point that Bill has raised about communications, one of the things that the Deputy Chair of the Authority and myself have been in discussion with the CEO is the development of a communications strategy for precisely this kind of reason. Because at the moment, a lot of our comms is reactive. We aren't very proactive. And I think things like the fact that we approve something like, is it 70 or 80% of our applications is lost on the huge majority of residents in the national park and those beyond the boundaries. And I think we need to go onto the front foot to do exactly the kind of thing that Bill has raised, which is to inform people that it isn't a fact, we aren't the authority that says no. It's, there's a very small percentage of applications because of things like the pre-app process. A lot of issues can be ironed out at that stage. So, yeah, it's by way of explanation against Bill's point, Chair.
Thank you, Dave. It's been proposed and seconded. Oh, sorry, Martin.
What I do get is a weekly list of the applications which have been submitted, which is useful, and as I go through to look for anything from my own parish. But I don't get any indication of what happens to them after that. So it's simply a summary of the applications which have been approved and what has happened to them would be very useful.
Well, you should be getting that. I'm absolutely sure you should be getting it. And so we really do, within the system, need to just double check that we're getting it. Yes, sorry.
Sorry, the monthly delegated items list where decisions have been made is published on the website as well. So there's the weekly list of ones we've received and the delegated items for the month of the previous month. They're both on there. But we get the email into our inbox, so we'll make sure it's circulated to members as well.
I certainly have been receiving them, but I can't say that I've been receiving them regularly, I must confess. So that's one. So it has been proposed and seconded. I'm surprised there wasn't a round of applause when Brian said that we were going to have shorter reports. But subject to that, all those in favour of noting the report? Anyone against? That's carried, thank you. Right, we will now go back to the agenda in its proper order, and we're on to agenda item 7, which is Home Farm Sheldon. And somewhere I'll find what page we're on. We're on page 37, quite right. Okay. And who's doing it? You're doing, Adam. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. This application is at Home Farm in Sheldon. The application site comprises the area of land edged in red there on the presentation, and Home Farm, I'll get the mouse pointer on, is down in this corner here, with some buildings behind, and the rest of the site is agricultural fields, which obviously extend up to the north, as you can see within the red line. Members, there's a question on site yesterday, members about footpaths, because there was a footpath sign at the entrance here where the access track in is. There isn't a footpath across the site. Footpath starts at Lower Farm here and then sort of splits and comes up the valley. And you can see there, it's just marked their path.
Yeah, that's the one I've taken. Yeah.
And the question was also asked about the extent of the conservation area. The conservation area actually extends across this field and then down here. So all of this field, all of this part of the site is within the conservation area.
Thank you.
So the application proposes a holiday retreat comprising various elements, which members saw on site yesterday. So in brief, it's set out in the report in detail, but in brief it comprises a total of 6 holiday lets through conversion of an existing building and new build, 2 static caravans, which members saw right at the far north of the site, a yurt, the location for it is there just to the left of the pointer, 9 touring caravan pitches, which you can see there, 5 camping pitches, 17 camping pods located around the site. Members saw some in the yard behind, some were in the field, and some were in the north part of the field beneath where the power line runs, and ancillary facilities including a toilet block, which is in the container members saw on the site as we were going through to look at the touring pitches. Conversion of the pole barn, which is this building in this corner here, to an event space. Conversion of a Dutch barn, or the Dutch barn, which is here, to a catering area with office above, and retention of a polytunnel as well. The application also proposes to retain associated drainage. 2 septic tanks have been installed on the site, and the access track, which members saw, along with a parking area here, and associated landscaping. There's landscaping proposed with additional tree planting. So I'll just go through the photographs and the plans quickly. So this is a closer zoomed in of the lower part of the site. You can see the guest house here, and the proposed underground studios are here, where there'll be a terraced area and steps up, landscaped to a parking area at the back. The Dutch barn here, which is proposed for the catering area. The building known as the Old Milking Parlour, which has been converted to 4 holiday flats. Pole barn here, which is proposed for the event space, and then the camping pods around the edge of the yard here and in this part of the field. And then look at the more northerly part of the site. You've got the proposed touring caravan pitches and camping pitches, and the proposed pods under the overhead line, and then you've got the proposed yurt there, and then the 2 statics. This is the polytunnel, so as you go past the guest house and it's access on the left hand side, you come up into the site, into the yard. This is the existing polytunnel, which the application seeks to retain. Here are the sort of underground 2 units of holiday accommodation that are newly built, and you can see it's got a green roof, and that's the guest house that's in the background here. That's the pole barn, which has been partly converted inside the stud work. But externally, Dutch barn, sorry, I keep calling it a pole barn, Dutch barn, which externally is got its original sheeted appearance, which is proposed to be retained. That's the Old Milking Parlour, which has been converted, clad in stone, and windows and doors inserted, and solar panels installed on the roof. In the background there you can see the listed church. That's the pole barn, which is currently used as a workshop, as members saw on site, and that's proposed to be an event space with some alterations to the building. That's fenestration, which has been installed on the side. These are the pods as you're walking around the yard, and there's a variety of different designs. Each one is unique, and we've got detailed plans of them all proposed, and there are some more of the pods as you look down into the fields. And then that's the container to be used as toilet facilities, and that's to be clad in timber, I should say. They're the pods sort of, as you come down, going towards the touring caravan pitches, and you've got one at the end that's on built up ground, and they're the start of the touring pitches, and you can see the upstands with the water pipe there. And then these are the pods that are underneath the power line. Apologies for the photographs, it was a terrible day when we went out on site and got very wet. That's the proposed area of land that's proposed for the yurt, and they are the statics at the bottom of the site. And that's the car park area as you come back through the site, and then you can see Home Farm in the background there, and then the nearest neighbouring property here, and obviously that's the Dutch barn there that we saw, but now we're looking at it from the other side. And that's the access track, and this is the access into it. It was asked on site whether the access was widened at any point from what its original farm access, and I've looked on Google Maps in 2009, 2011, it does show a much narrower access with 2 gate posts and a timber gate. So it does appear that access has been widened. This is the view from the churchyard. You can see the pole barn there in the background. And this is the view of the Old Milking Parlour from the churchyard. And then this is from the recreation ground, so you can see the church just on the right-hand side of the photo there. You can see the old milking parlour and the pole barn there. And then this is again from the recreation ground, where you can see some of the pods from there as well. So the plans, I'll go through these quickly. The milking parlour, there's 4 flats, 2-bedroom flats each. You can see layout with living room at the front, bedrooms at the back. And here are the elevations proposed. That's the rear elevation, which members may not have seen on site, but that was shown in the photo from the churchyard with windows put in. And there's the front. And then the side elevations with windows and doors inserted. The Dutch barn, existing, obviously just an open building. Proposed to be a dining area with kitchen, and then upstairs a office. And there's the proposed elevations, essentially retained as existing, but with glazing to the big opening. And then doors to the back side, fire doors. The pole barn existing, which is currently used as a workshop. And then proposed to be used as a function room with some toilets at the back. And the pole barn existing at the back, proposed to be clad with corrugated metal. And the side, again, proposed to be clad. On the front, at the moment, it's open, or as in the process members saw on site, of windows being fitted, and that's what's proposed to be retained, glazed windows on the front. And then on the side we saw the windows, and they're proposed to be retained, but the window frames painted sage green. This is the guest house, and that's just showing that there was a barn at the back of the guest house previously. And that's the outline of what that barn was. And that's been removed now, and 2 holiday underground studios have been built. As you can see, sort of studio accommodation there, and the block walls to the side, which would be beneath ground. And then the front there, you've got a block wall with composite cladding, which has been installed, and the green roof. And again, same on the other side. The block wall on the back, which is hidden from view. Polytunnel, I'll go through these quickly. As you saw from the photograph, it's a typical polytunnel hoop construction with plastic sheeting. And then this is the plan showing the variety of the pods as members saw on site. And there's the toilet and shower block, as I say, we kept as existing, but with clad in timber with a door put on the front. The yurt, and that shows the kind of structure that would be a yurt tent. And then the static caravans, as you saw, they'd be retained as the existing static caravans. To summarise the position, due to the scale and nature of the proposal is considered to be major development, the development incorporates various elements, including the holiday accommodation and the static caravans, which aren't acceptable in principle under our recreation policies. Our policies do allow for small-scale touring caravan and camping sites in appropriate locations, and camping pods in appropriate locations. But for the reasons set out in the report, the development would result in harm to the landscape conservation area and setting of the listed building. There's also concern that noise and disturbance from guests to the nearby neighbouring properties would harm their amenity. And there are also technical issues with the application, including lack of information on biodiversity, appropriate drainage and sustainable travel. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We've got some speakers first, haven't we? The first speaker I have is Andrew Ford.
I'm speaking today as Chair of Sheldon Village Planning Committee and on behalf of the residents of Sheldon. Adam Maxwell's excellent and very detailed report to the Planning Committee gives many reasons why the application should be refused in full. Sheldon's written objection to the planning application as a parish is included in Adam's report. That sets out our arguments, which are very much in line with those presented by the planning team. It's important to remember that this planning application is almost entirely retrospective. The work started back in late 2019 and through lockdown on this latest phase, including the reinstatement of the, and I've actually added in, considerably widened and extended unauthorised track, which is subject to an existing enforcement. So this is in part a decision over whether to approve or refuse the application, but is also assuming that the application is refused about what needs to be put right. Within the wording of the village's objection, we highlighted the fact that there are many aspects of development that are not explicitly listed and need to be put right. These include some of the other building changes and things like the reinstatement of ancient stone walls for which we have photographic proof of their removal. That includes the boundary between the farmyard and open conservation area countryside. It's critical from our perspective that every aspect of unauthorised development is returned to its former state. We would like to draw the committee's attention to the suffering of our village as a result of now years of unauthorised development at Home Farm. We have had periods where the noise pollution, heavy traffic on the road and impact on our day-to-day amenity has been constant. The landscape, which was beautiful open countryside, has been spoilt by the static caravans, car park, pitches, camping pods, etc., and we have had to suffer the impact. The length of time that it has taken to get to where we are today has had a very major impact on the well-being of our village and our community. This includes the financial impact, with a number of properties being put on the market and the sale potential being directly impacted by what is going on at Home Farm. This affects people's lives in a very real way. We hope that the committee will unanimously refuse this planning application, will also make very clear that every aspect of unauthorised development must be put right in a timely manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I have now Mr. Noble.
Thank you, Chair. I live just opposite the track. Saw you visiting this morning, but I didn't come and lobby you. Firstly, I'd like to endorse everything that Andy said on behalf of the village and to thank the officers for a very comprehensive report. I moved into Sheldon just over 21 years ago when Pat Turner, who lived in the house on the corner, I'm sure some of you knew him, he was a bit of a local character. He kept his sheep on that field, and it was simply, as the officer said, 2 stone pillars and a gate, no track, no anything at all, straight into the field. And then one day in 2008, the pillars were taken down, they were broken up and used as foundations for the house, for the foundations to the drive to the house. Concrete pillars put up, the track laid, which consisted of literally tons of old plastic binders across the field. And after a while, as a result of enforcement notice, that was taken down. But these things never get back to how they were. And so when this latest state of play happened, it was a terrible disappointment. The inspector who dealt with the enforcement appeal stated that the track would not preserve or enhance the character or appearance of Sheldon CA. He further stated, "I agree with the authority that the track would be a scar on the landscape and it would encroach on the countryside due to the track's positioning and significant distance." Well, the track is now longer, wider and more permanent. It's key to the whole development of the site because they blocked off the real entrance, which was next to the farmyard. There's some very nice gates there, but unfortunately, if you open the gates, there is just a huge mound of soil and a polytunnel there, so you can't get through to the parking that was part of the original planning application and approval for the bed and breakfast. And it's been a nightmare. Anyway, hopefully we'll take a step forward today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now we have a statement to be read on behalf of Mr. Kernzad.
The applicant has run a successful guest house over the past 15 years and wishes to expand their business offering. Previous guests have requested more rooms, functional areas, a place for retreats and weddings. The village is frequented by ramblers and cyclists, many who require free toilets and affordable accommodation for single night stays. All can be provided at Sheldon's Retreat. The applicant highlights transformation of this site previously dominated by large modern agricultural buildings to the proposed sympathetic development. The scale, form, height and design of the development is compact, with reduced ridge heights and units that nestle into edges, creating an open nature when compared with previous development. Justification for the development is to provide, firstly, a holiday destination for families and groups, including affordable overnight accommodation that is not currently catered for in the Peak District National Park. Secondly, the economic benefit of overnight accommodation. Visitor spend in the PDMP of day visitors when compared with overnight visitors is almost doubled. And thirdly, employment of local people and businesses. Further information has been requested from consultants during the process. The applicant has requested extension of time to provide information. This has not been granted. Concerns raised are not insurmountable, and with liaison between the applicant and the authority, both parties can be satisfied. A process which is encouraged in paragraph 131 of the National Planning Policy Framework, December 2023. Effective engagement between applicants, communities, local planning authorities and other interests. The development aligns with the National Park Policy Framework, which states, the creation of high-quality, beautiful and sustainable buildings and places is fundamental. Also states, significant weight should be placed on the need to support economic growth and productivity. It also states that decisions should enable sustainable growth and expansion of all types of business in rural areas, both through conversion of existing buildings and well-designed, beautiful new buildings, and sustainable rural tourism, which respects the character of the countryside. And finally, the use of previous developed land and sites that are physically well related to existing settlements should be encouraged where suitable opportunities exist. There is a suitable opportunity at Sheldon's Retreat for a holiday destination in a sustainable location, which will promote the special qualities of the Peak Park, provide significant economic benefit to the village and surroundings, and secure the future maintenance of the site.
Thank you very much. Right, members, we have the report in front of us. What I do urge members to do is to look directly at the merits of what is being proposed. I know there's a history there, and the history is obviously part of what brings us to where we are now. But if we're going to address the issues properly here, we do need to look at the actual proposals, see whether they've got merit or not merit, as the case may be. Some of us had the advantage yesterday of a very free wander around. Mr. Cohenzade let us go wherever we wanted, really, at the time, to see what was going on, which was very helpful. And I think that has informed us and our views on this very helpfully. Members, up to you now. Anybody who visited the site yesterday might like to start because you know what you saw. Mr. Smith.
Well, thank you for that directive, Chair. Yes. I think one of the things that, and I'll come back to this, one of the things that Adam's presentation that is in the report didn't perhaps emphasise was the wide-ranging views from which this development would be seen, particularly to the east and to the north. I mean, when we stood at the location where the, I can do it now, where we stood where the location of the touring vans is proposed, there are views across the Derwent Valley to the eastern moors. And of course the corollary is if you can see the eastern moors, then you can see from the eastern moors to that location. But my intention was to kind of try and rise above, as you've mentioned, Chair, the history of this, but just picking out from the report and it's the lack of information that has been provided. There is no ecological survey, there is no tree survey, there is no noise survey or management plan. There is no list of sustainability measures that are going to be employed, so it's contrary to our CC1 policy. There's no drainage or SUDS proposals. I mean, those alone, I would suggest, on past experience of the way this authority has dealt with planning applications, would merit refusal. on the just the lack of information that's being provided. I think on top of that, when one has, I think, to look at the litany of refused applications, the dismissed appeals, the enforcement notices, which have all culminated in a High Court injunction, that I have little confidence in the statement that there is room for engagement and room for positive ways forward. So I think it's the absence of information as to how so many things are going to be dealt with, and the overarching landscape impacts that these proposals are making that makes it impossible for me to vote in favour of the proposal, Chair.
Thank you very much. Andrew?
It's one of those times when I actually absolutely agree with Ken. He's absolutely got it spot on. There's so much missing here, it's unbelievable. Those of us who've been on planning applications committees for a while notice the absences of the necessary reports and information. It's an information desert, if I dare use that term. And I would second, if Ken were to propose a refusal, I would second it.
Well, you're allowed to propose to, if you like. Thank you, Andrew. I've got Ken Richardson, then Bill. Sorry, I've got Matt next, haven't I? Where did we get to? It's Matt next, then Ken Richardson, then Bill.
Whilst some of the stuff that was read out from the applicant I agree with and think that we need to do, and I think that we do need to look at that, I think, the reasons for refusal of it are really clear and are really, the sort of the specifics of the proposal make the principles more difficult to deal with, even though the principles of providing tourism accommodation and the tourist spend is significantly higher than visitor spend, and all of those things I completely agree with. But the sort of the specifics of this application are not confusing at all.
Thank you. Now, Ken Richardson.
Yeah, it's quite obvious looking at the enforcement list and the refusals list that this application is just the bare minimum to put off the inevitability of having to restore it. Because it says, completed by 8th of March or within 3 months of the determination of a planning application. Well, we're going to determine it today. It'll appeal, so it'll be another year. It's just a big no in capital letters.
Thank you. I've next got Bill.
Just looking at the planning merits of it, it's everything that you wouldn't want to see in the national park in terms of design, ad hoc development, over an extensive area, poorly designed, obtrusive in the landscape, not designed to interact or blend in with the existing settlement. So I could go on, but I think other people have mentioned that as well. I also think that I'm going to acknowledge anyway that the sort of massive upset that's been created to the local community as well. I'm not going to. I know that isn't part of the planning application as such, but that is something I do need to recognise. And the fact that there's a whole history of rejection and refusal ending up in the High Court injunction order, which will delay things slightly, but hopefully reaching a thing. What is regrettable, there doesn't seem to have been any engagement with the local community or indeed with planning office on getting some small scale, some development which might be appropriate, but that's not what we're dealing with here. So it's a big no from me. Yeah.
Thank you. Who have I got next? Kath.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to pay my respects to John Herbert, who sadly died, who had been the chair of the parish council, but died in 2012. And that gentleman is buried in the churchyard, and his efforts to try and appease people and do the right thing, I will never forget. I often pay my respects when I go up that way. But I agree wholeheartedly on page 42 with what the parish meeting says. The overall objection is to the proposal is that it is completely disproportionately sized development for a village such as Sheldon, which has a population of around 80 and just over 30 houses. Much of the development is within the conservation area. None of the development will enhance the conservation area. I wholeheartedly support what previous speakers have said, and I would vote for refusal.
Thank you very much. And I've next got Ginny.
Thank you, Chair. I wholeheartedly agree with what everybody else has just said, but this is a long list of things, applications that have been put in and actions that have been taken. And I would just like to ask the officers, if this was a blank canvas, what would we consider? Because this just looks as though it's an impasse, and, you know, I completely agree with refusal. But if it was a blank canvas, what would be something that could be put forward for consideration?
Thank you. It's a really good question.
How much time have you got, Barry?
Well, yeah, the whole variety of things. But in terms of recreation, our policies do support small, well-sited touring caravan and camping sites and pods in certain locations, or a single shepherd's hut at a farm. So development of the right scale and the right location could be acceptable. Other development, if it's required to achieve enhancement, could have been acceptable as well. But it's important to stress we'd be looking at a different development to what we're looking at now. It would be substantially different and a different application. And the point made by the applicant in the statement is understood, and we officers would very much like to engage positively to try and find a solution, and we would welcome that to come forward as part of our pre-application advice service. Thank you.
It's clear, isn't it, that over a very long period of time the applicant has simply not understood the nature of a national park and what is required in it. And until that understanding can come forward, it's going to be very, very difficult to come to terms with him as to what is acceptable on a site like this. And it's going to take, I think, a bit of time yet to sort out. Martin, and then I'm going to put the vote.
Agreeing with everything which everyone has said, I'd also like to add that planning policy is that accommodation should be high quality, and I'm afraid looking at much of the accommodation which was being which we saw, I wouldn't consider to be of high quality. I would consider it to be extremely basic. Therefore, it doesn't comply with the planning requirements.
Yeah, I think that's the reason number 10 deals with that. We are well ahead of time, so if members want to talk about it a bit more, they can be. Otherwise, Otherwise, I'm going to put it to the vote. The motion is that it be refused on the grounds set out in the report. All those in favour? Anyone against? Anyone abstaining? That is carried. Unanimously. Do we record unanimously? No, we don't normally. No. we often vote. we often agree and things, but we don't record that we all agree. Right. I wonder whether we're in a position to deal with the next application yet. Mr. Oldfield, are you all assembled for yours? Can we go on with your application? Thank you. And if we get ahead of ourselves with this, we will have a pause and have a break. We're on agenda item 8, which is the Old Barn, Smithy Lane, Parwich. And who's dealing with this? Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. This application is for the conversion of a barn known as the Old Barn in Parwich to the unit of holiday accommodation. There's one update to the report, and that's an additional condition for archaeological recording. So the application site, as you can see on the... I'm going to move these up my way. As you can see on the plan on the screen there, it's to the northwest of the centre of Parwich Village, around 600 metres from the centre. It's an open countryside outside of the village, but it's positioned at the roadside. This is the road that you can see following around here. And this is the only neighbouring property just to the south, which you'll also see in the photographs. And that's essentially the same again. This is a slightly closer view of that. So here's the bend in the road that you can see. The barn is situated here, almost parallel to the north-south to the road. The neighbouring properties here. This is the existing site area and the proposed. This is the proposed site area at the top, and this is the existing at the bottom. You can see here, and you'll see better on the other plans. There's some extensions to the rear and to the end, which are to be removed as part of the proposals. So I'll go through the photos next. This is the barn as viewed from the road. You can see there's a small outbuilding here, which would be within the new curtilage and retained, just incidental to the use of the main property. You'll see a distinction here between the stonework at this end of the building and at the other end. This end of the building has, as you'll see better on the newer photos that follow, has been rebuilt following a deterioration in its condition, whilst the northern part remains more original in that sense. And here's the rear, where you can see a lean-to blockwork, and to the back here, a collapsed further lean-to out of brick, and also a brick lean-to off the end of the building here. This area behind the building is proposed for the curtilage of the holiday let, would be enclosed by a new stone wall. That's a similar view taken from a little bit further around. You can see the road to the left of the photo there, and the neighbouring property on the other side of the road just here. This is a photo back to the front again. It's showing the brick lean-to at that end, which would be removed as part of the proposals. And looking back towards the road from this is the north gable of the barn, and again the neighbouring property on the other side of the road. And that is the neighbouring property taken from in front of the barn. So moving on to the floor plans. As existing, some stalls still within the building at ground floor, and subdivision with an internal wall. And you can see, as I say, this is just the remnants that you saw in the last photo. This is the existing blockwork, and this is the brick lean-to on the end as they exist. And as proposed, so those more modern and unsympathetic extensions are removed, and the building is converted within its shell, reusing the existing openings almost entirely. With there are some new roof lights, which you'll see. So stairs to be introduced. So the internal dividing wall at ground floor remains. This end of the building remains single story, open up to the roof. A stair comes in here, and you'll see on the next plan it goes up to a second bedroom. There we go. So it's all open at this end, with a bedroom and bathroom in the southern end of the building. So the rear is existing, and as proposed, and there's the roof lights I mentioned with a new flue through the roof. The north gable, with the brick lean-to on the end there. And as proposed, and the front, at the moment you'll notice in the photos, and the bottom half of this opening is infilled. It was originally a full height opening. That's to be restored back to a full height opening with boarding, and that would be the door in. And then you've got a number of fully glazed non-opening panels as well in the front elevation to light the inside of the building. The south gable, and as proposed, so the lean-to you can see goes to the rear. So in terms of the merits of the application, it complies with our policies for the conversion of heritage assets. The building is a heritage asset, and we're satisfied with that position. The scheme has been amended as it's gone along to better conserve the building in terms of changes to the roof lights and the internal layout. And subject to the conditions set out in the report, it's recommended for approval, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have one speaker, Mr. Oldfield. Okay, you know the rules, don't you, Joe?
Right, great. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. The barn in question is in the ownership of our clients, Mr. and Mrs. Gosling, who own Foofinside Farm just up the road. It was originally built for housing cattle and associated fodder. It is now unsuitable for modern agricultural use. However, the barn has significant heritage value and as such is identified as a non-designated heritage asset and is thus worthy of long-term conversion. During the whole planning process, we have provided all the relevant information and the amended drawings and scheme to comply with the planning officers and the conservation officers' requirements. We've also agreed to an archaeological recording of the building. We would like to thank the planning officer for their thorough assessment of the application along with their recommendation of approval. My clients, Mr. and Mrs. Gosling, are here today behind me, and myself are here to answer any questions the committee may have. Again, I thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. Right, members. Andrew.
Thank you, Chair. It's a rather sweet little barn, and they've sympathetically, I think, removed the detritus from round the back. That's to go. I've seen many of these in my nearly 8 years on this authority, where things are added to and added to and added to, and brick doesn't always go with stone, or breeze block for that matter. So to remove that and to cut it back, strip it back to the lovely little barn that it is, and I have no problem with this application. I think they've put in a good scheme. They've opened their ears to archaeological information and research. So I think I'd like to support this application.
Thank you very much.
I second it.
Well, he's not proposed it.
I'll
actually.
propose it.
Second it.
Okay, Ken Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think it's a sympathetic development. I particularly welcome the use of the open space in the western half of the barn and not filling that in. It's retaining the character. It was, I thought, quite an innovative and instructive use of that space. There were a couple of issues that were raised on site that I wonder whether we could get clarification on. The frosted window, the unopening element at the eastern end of the front elevation had given rise to an objection from, I think, the neighbouring property across the road. And I wondered whether one way of accommodating that would be to have that glazing as frosted. I mean, it may well be that occupants were exhibitionists and were quite happy with clear glass, but I think for the benefit of the applicant, the neighbours, it might be a way forward to meet their concerns, because it was clear there was a visual link across the road with the fenestration on the property across the road. And the second issue was some uncertainty, I think, about how drainage was going to be accommodated. And I wonder if we could get clarification on that, Chair.
I'll come back on that. The room that this is serving is a bedroom. There's another window on the gable end as well there to that same room, which isn't looking towards any neighbouring property. This is not proposed as a door. It's full height, but it's actually a fixed glazing. So if it was to be obscure glazed, then that would prevent any perception of overlooking of the neighbour or from the neighbour. And so that would be a reasonable condition if members wanted to add that. In terms of the drainage, I'm going to need to review the report myself. Were you asking in relation to the field that's shown on the earlier plan?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Mark. And when we were on site, we were talking about the provision of rainwater goods.
That's
and
right.
And quite where was that water going to go?
So the scale of the plan here makes it difficult to make out, but this is described here as a possible drainage field, this area in green to the south of the building. As you noted on site, Ken, there's no rainwater goods on the building at the moment, but it's likely that it would be sensible to add those as a building in residential use. So it would certainly be possible for those to drain to this land, and we could put a condition onto that effect.
My concern, if I may, Chair, was that it was unclear as to how rainwater goods were going to function, and I just think it's important, given the conversion of the building, the last thing one would want is water upslope permeating the rear walls of the what will become a dwelling.
Thank you. Bill, I've got a question that suddenly occurred to me, actually. But Bill?
Yeah, just a few words. I support the application. I just want to note, in terms of a sort of planning context, that it forms part of the built environment, and there's a minimum amount of extension around the property, which could be an issue. So it's very neat. It would preserve an important part of the townscape or village-scape, and it includes the demolition of some unattractive lean-tos, so it fits well into the village. So I just wanted to add that.
Can I just ask, if you just excuse me for a second, because I've just thought about it. I'm a bit unclear about what's happening with the car parking area, and indeed that sort of verge in front of it, in front of the barn. These I've just been through these. There's no clear picture of.
Block plan.
Is it just the block plan we're relying upon?
The plan that you're looking at here, this again, it's not very legible on the screen, but the parking is annotated here.
Right, and what will be? How will that be divided from the field? Will there be a dry stone wall, or?
There's a dry stone wall proposed along the edge of the red line that you can see at the top there, and then coming back down the east edge of the site, and back to the edge of the building there.
And the grassed area in front of the house, which is actually quite important to its setting, is that going to be a garden, or what's it going to be?
We don't have a detailing for that, I don't think. We could have a landscaping. We've got a landscaping condition already, but it's not shown on the plans.
Right. Okay. Sorry, Mike. You put your hand up, and then Kath put hers up as well. Mike.
Yes, I visited the site yesterday, and I felt it was a sympathetic restoration of the building, and it was good to see the barn, the original barn, being kept intact, because very often people come along with applications to put extensions on to create more space, but this is it's of a suitable size, which lends itself to that kind of restoration, I felt. Oh, but the map. The village map's on the side of the building. Does that remain? Or does it go?
Mr. Oldfield, it's very important, this.
I don't know what we do about it. Would you allow it to stay there, or would you rather it went?
Yes, I don't think we can condition that. Look, you, Councillor Chaplin, you city councillors don't understand these things at all.
I apologise for stirring the hornet's
I think,
nest.
can we leave that on the basis that the existence of that is noted, and that somebody is going to have to resolve the problem, clearly. Kath, you had some point to make.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, with 2,650 barns in the National Park, I'm pleased to see, well, we seem to be getting a number now that are being saved and being looked after, and I'm very pleased about that. And so I give my full support. I think the officers have got it right. Obviously, looking at our young people's situation, what in homes, I might have wished it was a permanent home, but there we are. We've got to take what we're given, and I'm very pleased to support it. Thank you.
Right, Lee.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm just questioning the glazing situation, because obviously I didn't manage to make the site visits yesterday, and I'm just trying to figure out how that is going. From what we've seen on screen, I'm not seeing what the problem is with the glazing and looking out. What it's actually. Have you got a better image so we can explain that?
So the image that's on the screen there now, it's, obviously we've not taken it from inside the building itself because it's not accessible to us at the moment. But essentially the window that Ken was referring to at the southernmost end of the building, not on the gable but the southernmost one on the west elevation, is a little bit further along than this. So the issue of concern, I think, and I don't want to speak for Ken, is from visibility from within the converted barn towards these windows here. So where this photo is taken from, it's a rather oblique angle, but I don't think I've got another one which shows it from further around. But there's a scope, and the distance is probably between about 10 and 12 metres, I'd suggest, between the two. So I think it's a reasonable suggestion by Ken.
Thank you.
Right, okay. Subject to, first of all, the mover and seconder of the proposal, are you happy with that adjustment in relation to the window?
We've also got the drainage scheme.
What?
We've also got the drainage scheme.
And the drainage.
And the archaeological recording.
Which came in, I think, in the recommendation, yeah. So that's, and the archaeological recording, fine. All those in favour? Anyone against? That is carried unanimously. Okay, it's 11:20, and our next application is due at 11:40. I'm going to suggest that we break for a quarter of an hour, which would be at 11:35, in the hope that they turn up in time. And if they don't, we may just have to sit here for 5 minutes until they turn up. Is that all right? Okay, so we'll meet back here at 11:35. Here, let's make that one clear. Yes, all the members are assembled. In that case, we'll start the process. Right, we are resuming the meeting at 11:35, and the next item on the agenda is Broadway Lane, Priestcliffe, Taddington. I've already declared the interest that I'm a member of Taddington Parish Council, although I didn't vote on this application. Mark, you're dealing with it? Okay.
I am. Thank you, Chair. The application is for the conversion of a stone field barn to create a three-bedroomed dwelling house with ancillary accommodation as well. The application was deferred at the December 2023 committee meeting, so most members will be familiar with it and remember it.
We've lost Kath. Where did she suddenly gone?
I think she's trying to close.
Just hold on a moment. Right, I don't think you said anything that's material, so if you don't mind me saying so.
It's quite all right, Chair.
So would you please continue?
I will. The application was then recommended for refusal on two grounds, those of heritage harm to the barn and its setting, and on landscape grounds as well, due to the isolated position of the dwelling house and the scheme of conversion as it was proposed. Members deferred the item, and they deferred it and delegated it back to officers at the same time to consider three areas with the applicant, and if those three areas could be overcome, members were happy for the item to be approved under delegated powers. The three areas were climate change mitigation measures, where members felt further information was required. There were the curtilage of the property, which was considered to harm the setting of the barn and the landscape as it existed. And the third was in relation to the internal layout of the property, which was raised in the report as an area of concern by the authorities archaeologists and by officers in relation to the conservation of the building's internal heritage character. Since that time, officers have liaised with the applicant and the agent, and obviously the item is back here, so we haven't been successful in addressing those three areas. Amendments have been received, and some have been received since this report was drafted, so I'll go through those as we go along. So I'll very briefly go back through the proposals for the members who either don't remember or weren't involved last time round. So this is the application site area. The barn itself is located around about half a mile northwest of Priestcliffe in open countryside. You can see it's in a relatively large field. And this is the proposed site plan as originally submitted, I should say. There's changed. So the area to the north of the barn here was all proposed as garden. You'll see that in the amended proposals that has been reduced. So this is it as now proposed. So you can see a fence is proposed roughly east to west, retaining the garden to only this area. Officers' views are that doesn't address the landscape concern that we raised, or indeed the impacts on the setting of the barn that we had concerns about. And it's a smaller area, but it will still be very apparent from both the... Sorry, just move these things out of the way again. From both the right-of-way running north to the south, and also passing the barn at its southern side as well. And so the impacts of domestication that would achieve are, in our view, similar to those that the scheme would have achieved before it was amended. And that's just a plan showing the same thing. Just to recap really on the position of the barn in the landscape and its character as well. I won't dwell on these, as I say, I'm conscious members have seen them quite recently. This area to the front here, which was originally proposed as a sort of vegetable patch or meadowland, has been taken out of domestic curtilage, as well as the area to the north of the barn that I mentioned. Okay, so if I move on to the floor plans, so this is the existing ground floor plan, and this is it as now proposed. So there are some changes here from what members saw last time. This wall at ground floor internally was originally to be removed. It's now proposed to be retained with the door through to the kitchen. And the applicant agent has also noted that 2 boss skins, a small section of hay rack and a loft ladder are to be all retained as internal features, and that they would be photographed and recorded. It's not detailed where those are, but that could be dealt with by condition. However, it doesn't overcome the fundamental concern that officers had last time, which is the subdivision of the first floor, which at the moment is open hayloft. That's a significant part of the building's original character, and the further subdivision of that is harmful, and in officers' view, the floor plans should be swapped. So essentially the living space, which can be more open plan, is at first floor, with the subdivision for bedrooms at the ground floor. In other regards, the climate change mitigation measures, which members asked officers to clarify and make more robust, has been improved. I'm not sure if we can see this on a plan. Let me just have a look. No, but to the rear elevation, there's now an air source heat pump, which is shown on one of the block plans to the rear wall, and that, along with the other insulation measures and energy efficiency measures put forward, we consider does address that. So the application is still recommended for refusal, Chair, on the grounds that the heritage and landscape impacts of the development are still unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have the one speaker, Ms Hensby. Would you like to, you've done it once before, so you know how it works. You please press the button, and you have 3 minutes to...
Firstly, I'd like to apologise for calling upon you once again after being unable to reach an agreement with officers for 2 out of the 3 points you wish me to address. I do, however, firmly believe that the proposals I have put forward should have satisfied these issues. Members ask that I better address the internal features, fixtures and fittings, and my scheme now fully complies with the suggestions made by the authority's archaeologist. Within her...
Sorry, Ms Hensby.
Sorry.
I do apologise, but I can't hear a word you're saying.
Sorry.
And it may be me, but if you are able to help us a little bit with either speaking up much louder.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm really
if it
bunged up
requires
with cold.
an extra minute, I'll allow that. But I really, I'm unable to hear you at the moment.
Sorry, I do apologise. Bunged up with cold. Sorry. I'll start again. Firstly, I'd like to apologise for calling upon you once again after being unable to reach an agreement with officers for 2 out of the 3 points you wished for me to address. I do, however, firmly believe that the proposals I have put forward should have satisfied these issues. Members ask that I better address the internal features, fixtures and fittings, and my scheme now fully complies with the suggestions made by the authority's archaeologist. Within her report, the archaeologist acknowledges the benefits of securing the future of the barn and compliments how well the scheme works with external elevations and apertures. However, she recommends retaining at least some of the internal features and suggests not creating an open plan living space downstairs to more successfully retain the original plan form. My revised application does this by retaining the dividing wall downstairs as well as upstairs. A number of the historic fittings are to be retained and incorporated, and as before, all the trusses and purlins are to remain exposed. Swapping the upstairs and downstairs layout, as recommended by officers, would not retain any further features and would either compromise the sympathetic retention externally or cause the bedrooms to be split between 2 floors, and as a single parent to 2 young children, this was unfortunately not a viable option. The current layout upstairs is identical to that of downstairs. In relation to the curtilage, officers remained in objection to a small section of rear garden which is of significance because it is the only section that remains constantly in the sun. The small section would greatly enhance the quality of use and enjoyment of a garden. Officers had suggested using the annex garden or driveway if I wished to be in the sun. However, the garden for the annex is for the sole use of holiday makers and visitors, and I didn't believe it fair to suggest the use of a driveway as a garden. As you can see, I've more than halved the original proposal. So that is what it was previously and what it is now. This is what officers have suggested would have been acceptable, as opposed to this. But as you can see from these two photos here, this consists of largely shaded area. Because it's north facing. I opted for a farm-style wooden fence to be in keeping with its agricultural heritage, and this was for a number of factors. One being that when I'd previously suggested creating a very small section of dry stone wall, I was told that any new dry stone walling, no matter how small, would cause significant harm to the landscape, which of course I wish to minimise as much as possible. If I could kindly ask you to cast your minds back to the December meeting, I was overjoyed and forever grateful that the vast majority of committee members were welcoming to the idea of changing the use.
If you want to finish your sentence, please do.
Oh, thank you. For changing the use to accommodate a local's family home over suggestions for it becoming a storage unit. And then I was just going to just kindly remind everyone that the barn sits in the middle of two residential properties. It's on a junction with two roads where utility lines run immediately outside. It lays hidden behind a small woodland to the south, and it doesn't skyline from any vantage point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, members.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
There were one. As I understand most of the points that were made there. I'm not sure that I understood all of them. Can I just pick up the point about the practicality of a conversion which makes it difficult to raise children in the house, which is what I understood was part of the point. There was something about splitting the... Because we're insisting on using the hayloft as a single space, it makes there's some problem with children, which I didn't fully understand. Can you explain that?
Well, we haven't been presented with alternative floor plans, so it's very difficult for me to comment on that in detail. But the argument being made is that the space that would be available would mean that the bedrooms have to be across 2 floors, so that you would have your children on a separate floor to the adults. But we haven't seen any alternative floor plans that suggest that's the only option other than what's been put forward.
Okay, I understand that point. Right. Well, just members may remember that we saw this house in thick fog in December. Well, this house is the wrong word. This barn is thick fog in December. I think the majority view, and it was a majority view of members at the time, was that the principle of converting the barn to a house was one that was supported, but it was recognised that there were these various problems that needed to be addressed. And the issue now is whether we consider they've been adequately addressed or not. So, members. No? Anybody? Oh, right, Ken.
Yeah, I think one of the main stumbling blocks is the internal layout. But the fact of the matter is, if nothing is done, the internal layout on the building will just end up a pile of rubble. As long as it's recorded, as is now, I can't see any problem. We already agreed that the conversion to a dwelling was acceptable to us. And I think just to say layout's not acceptable to planners, not see it from outside.
And Andrew?
Thank you, Chair. I know people have got around this by actually a photographic record of the features if they don't fit in particularly. We try and keep features. I did with mine. I got quite a few original beams in the right place, and you do as much as you possibly can. I've actually stayed in a B&B in Buckinghamshire where it was a proper mill. The mill was upstairs and they had the grinding wheels already still in situ and everything. It was a huge place. It must have been 2,000 square feet. I've never seen anything like it before. And they tried the level best with stuff. Some stuff they said that they managed to keep, and other stuff they'd photographed and moved it internally within the building. think the principle of conversion here is still the same. It's just we've gone from there to here, in my mind. We're not that million miles away. I feel that sometimes using an upstairs as the living accommodation sometimes is an advantage, and I wish I'd done that myself, to be quite honest. I regret it since 1998 that I didn't do that. But having, you know, an upside down house, it can take a bit of getting used to with people. But I'd like to see this barn saved, same as Ken. I think it's got potential. It's got past history with us. So I'm of a mind at the moment to reserve my judgment.
I think I'm sympathetic to that at the moment. Ken.
Thank you, Chair. There's a number of detail issues that I would like some clarification on. The report mentions application form states that windows and doors will be either timber or UPVC, for example. I need clarification. I mean, we need to remember that this is an open market dwelling, is it not? I mean, there's been some stress on local occupation, but it's still an open market dwelling. The parish council objects to the proposals. What I'm not entirely clear about, Chair, is that one of the reasons I think that we asked for deferment, we sought deferment and clarification as to how additional elements could be retained that were going to be removed. Some of that was walls, I think, on the downstairs and upstairs, and I understand those are going to be retained. So does that mean that some of those objections or those concerns have been met? Is it the degree to which they've been met that is the issue? And to what extent, I think that right hand inner wall, where it says retain wall between the dining area and kitchen, that's to be retained now. That extends into the loft. So it's so in part our concerns are being met, but obviously from an officer perspective, it's not sufficient in order to retain elements on the ground floor.
I think that's a fair summary. Yeah, as I say, some features are to be retained now, and the wall is. It's really, our concern on that regard now just comes down to the retention of the open character of the first floor. Obviously, the ground floor here is kept quite open, but there is further subdivision at the first floor. Our view is that should be the other way around in order to better retain the building's agricultural character.
And and the basis of that concern is that there haven't been options presented and reasons for as to why they are not acceptable to the applicant?
That's right. We've not had any alternatives put forward other than what you're looking at now. We were just told that it wasn't viable or practical. Right.
Okay. So I think that's quite an important point. That we haven't got any evidence of what has been considered and what and rejected and why. I mean, there are other things. I mean, my objections to the original application were just the exposure, the isolation of the building in that open landscape, which is a point also made by the parish council. I'm concerned that if this goes ahead with the suggestion that just a wooden fence would define the curtilage in what is essentially a stone-walled area, I think that needs to be addressed if members were minded to approve. And the area that was going to be either a meadow or a vegetable patch is now going to be excluded from this application, and it's not clear to me how that might be managed in future, for example.
I think the answer to that is the same as it is now. It's not. It's
sure.
It's a small paddock, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, it's a very small area. Yes. Yeah. I do feel that more significant attention should be given to the option of reversing the accommodation. in order to preserve the internal character of the building. We get this from quite a lot, I think, Chair, that people say it's not convenient or it's not viable, but without giving any evidence as to why it's not convenient, why it's not viable, and what alternatives have been considered.
I'm going to ask about that.
Right.
Okay.
So I'll stop there, Chair.
Okay. Brian, you wanted to make a point.
Yeah, so we're in a position where we've said the principle is accepted, and that reflects policy as well. So this is one of the routes that we can achieve a new use for traditional buildings. That's important, but subject to those heritage policies, which are really about the balance between the benefit of creating a new use and offering residential use as well, can be in that category, versus the harms. And so to me, it's important that we have good regard to the specialist advice. And there's reference in here to the building being of regional significance. So that's important when you look at that balance, because it isn't a very simple vernacular barn. It's actually something that is bigger, has a status to it. And in that respect, looking at the detail is important. Trying to retain those features is important. And unfortunately, comparing to schemes elsewhere isn't appropriate, because we need to consider the weight of policy and the characteristics of this site, and loss is loss in that respect. So actually, it's just to make sure that we're putting the right weight on based on the significance that's been identified of this building. Thank you.
Yes, I get that. Can I just ask how we deal with this? It's Ken's point. If you've got, if somebody says, we've looked at the options and this is the only one that was worked, what sort of information plans do you put in to prove that an alternative doesn't work? Do you understand the point that proving a negative is always very difficult? So what would be needed to demonstrate that this was the only option that they could possibly follow?
I go back to the floor plans again. I think in this particular case, if you look at the space that's available here at ground floor, sorry, here at first floor and here at ground floor, the space available is effectively mirrored.
Yeah.
And so it's difficult for officers to accept that space couldn't simply be flipped. There were different openings to the ground and first floor, of course, but there's nothing there that suggests to us that you couldn't reverse that accommodation so that you come up the stairs into the first floor. You've got a kitchen where the bedroom on the right is, and you've got the living space on the left, and then you go down the stairs, and what you currently see here is here instead. It doesn't seem a sound rationale for why that can't happen.
Okay, so when you say they haven't produced anything, what you're saying is there's an obvious solution. And
we think that there is.
They've not responded to. Right, I understand that. Bill?
Just on a slightly different point, as I understand it, there are some issues around the use of the land around it, but because of splitting it into two gardens, if I understand correctly. So, I mean, that it just seems to be an extra. It needn't necessarily be two gardens. If you have ancillary accommodation, they often share a space, you know, if light and sunlight's a problem. So I don't see that as necessary as an issue. If I've got that right, you know, that could go with the so there could be a smaller area around it, because I think we've discussed a lot the sort of issues about having gardens and the paraphernalia associated with that. So it's what it is. It's a building which is a unit which can share space if it's split up in any way or used in different ways.
I understand that, but one of the things that occurred to me looking at the plans is that the existing the proposed car parking area is a very large area of land, and you've got actually 2 units of accommodation here, which is up to what, 4 cars, and there may be other things like I don't know, a tractor or a caravan or something. It's the build-up of the totality of vehicles in a single area. Have I understood that as being an issue?
I should just be clear that there's one unit from a planning point of view. So it's a dwelling house with ancillary accommodation, which might also be used for holiday accommodation as well. So it's a single planning unit that's proposed, not 2 units of accommodation.
Right,
However, and because of that, I'll take the opportunity to make a slight correction, I think, to what was said by the speaker. Officers were proposing that the boundary was actually drawn here, not incorporating a section of land over here as well, so running it just straight across here, with the understanding that this land here could be used for garden, and that this, as you identified, Chair, is a large parking area, so inevitably it can provide amenity space as well, and I'm sure it's likely an extent of that would happen. But some of that would be taken by vehicles, and you're right, there could be 3, or potentially, if there was guests there, 4 vehicles parked within that space.
Because normally when we come across an application like this, the vehicle area is normally fairly tight, and you know, somebody's worked out how to just fit two cars in. That is a big yard.
It is, and it's reflective really of what's on the ground, I think, and trying to avoid further subdivision of the space, which in itself is a reasonable approach, I think.
And is that conditionable to sort of?
We would condition that. We would condition the
point about domestication and what we're trying to avoid in the wider landscape and so forth.
Well, we could condition the landscaping of the space. We obviously couldn't reasonably restrict the amount of vehicles that park there. That needs to be relate to the size of the dwelling proposed. So I don't think we would be reducing the space available there for parking to any extent, and I think there would need to be an acceptance that there could be up to 4 vehicles parked there.
So in principle, if everything else was equal with the building, you're happy with the car parking provision there, are we?
Well, we're not happy with the landscape impacts overall of the development, Chair.
But when you say you're not happy with it, I'm trying to work out, a bit like Ken is with working out where apertures are and where a bit of stone is. I'm trying to work out what it is we're looking at that we're concerned about, and whether there is a solution to it.
We have 2 concerns still. They are the heritage impacts, which Ken has largely addressed, and they are the landscape impacts, which are the domestication around the building, which will arise from the parking, the use of the space, and the size of the space that are available.
Yes, please.
I know you raised earlier what might have been one of our briefings, the comparison to the Overhaddon scheme, where we were looking at ways of mitigating parking impact through walling. I mean, what we try to do there is to tie the building into the wider landscape character.
Yeah.
And I just wonder whether that's repeatable here because of the scale and height of some of the walls. You know, you may be suggesting a screening process, but I think here the field walls are quite low set, you know, and I think if we were trying to build high walls just for screening purposes, you change that character. So we have to be a bit careful how you consider walling and as a means of screening here, and not fundamentally change that relationship to the building.
Because in landscape terms, it will be seen in reality from 2 different directions. It'll be seen when you're walking down the road in front of it, which actually is one of those things. I mean, if you walk past a house, you expect to see the washing line and the cars and everything else. But it won't be seen from the front. It'll be seen from over towards Buxton. It'll be seen from the Blackwell direction. It won't be seen from the front because there's a huge wodge of trees.
Footpaths coming past here as well.
Well, that's what I say about that. The footpath is the lane down the front. That's the only footpath at that point. But otherwise, it's seen from over towards Blackwell, Priestcliffe. And I'm trying to work out what we'll see from there. Oh dear, do I need to do another site visit?
I think the other thing about the walling, the picking up on the point that Brian's made and that you have, Chair, is that I think slightly higher walling is more effective when it relates to a relatively confined space. So the context of the Elton proposals, for example, is quite tight. What we're looking at here is quite a large area, and I think particularly from distance views, the impact of tall, higher walls is less in obscuring what it's trying to hide.
I tell you what, in my simplistic way I was thinking of, was the best place for the cars is actually to the side of the barn, between the barn and the road, where a bit of a higher wall wouldn't impact, if you see what I mean. We're obviously struggling here. Well, the basic point is made. Any other members want to make a contribution? If not, I'm going to make a suggestion. Okay. The two reasons for refusal we have set down here talk about the proposed conversion. Now, that actually would object to the principle of converting the barn, which we've actually agreed to. So with some help from Mark, I'm going to suggest that in both cases, the reasons for refusal refer to the scheme rather than the principle of conversion. And on that basis, I'm going to move them for move the recommendation as set down. Any other members got any comments to make? In that case, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour of refusing on those grounds? 1, 2, 3, 4. That's it? Okay. Anyone?
I think it was 5, including yourself.
Didn't I count myself?
Can we just have another vote? Sorry, always.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All those against? 1, 2, 3. All those abstaining? 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, I'm afraid that is refused on the grounds set out in the report. We have got to resolve. This is a national park, and we have got to resolve those problems. I'm sure there is a solution to this somewhere, but it needs a much more flexible approach to it than we've got at the moment, possibly on both sides. But we haven't got there yet. Okay, thank you very much. The next application we have on the agenda now. Here we are. We've got the next applicant in. Right. Right. Ms. Coyne, are you here? Yeah, you're the agent. You're the agent? Or, yeah, okay. And are you all assembled? Can we go on to your item? Yes. Okay, thank you very much, because we're a little... Oh, no, we're not ahead of time anymore. We're a little bit behind time now. Right, the next application on the agenda is the Orchard Monsdale Lane, Parwich, agenda item 10. Adam.
Thank you, Chair. This application was deferred about 2 years ago now by committee to see if there could be a resolution to design issues. Amended plans were received earlier this year, hence why we've now returned to committee with it. The application site is in Parwich. Members visited the site yesterday in the conservation area. This is the property here. It's a long sort of linear property with a former stables on the end, which has been converted to accommodation, and then there's lean-tos. The property, the principal elevation of the property faces away from the road towards the garden, which members noted on site, and then to the north there is a public footpath which separates the property from the nearest neighbour to the north. So that's the block plan with the proposed extension. So the proposed extension is a 2-storey extension to the principal elevation off what was the stables. So just to go through the photos, as we saw, this is the gate we went through yesterday. This is the architectural back of the house, but this is what you see from the road. And then you've got the footpath there, which just goes down past the gable of the property. You can see that gap. And then, as you can see, this is the architectural front of the property, which faces towards the garden. And you can see what was originally domestic here sort of ends here, and then we move on to what you can see the change in character to what was as stables and now converted. And the proposed extension would be forward of this element here. And we looked very carefully on site at where the extent of the wall would be. That's just another view from the front within the garden. And then this is the view from the footpath which members walk down. So the extension would be extending off this element here. So there'd be a two-storey gable projecting towards us at this point, which we'll see at the plans in a minute. So this is the existing west elevation. And this is what was originally proposed and what members considered last time. And this is what's proposed now. So the main difference from this elevation is that the porch is shown as removed, the existing porch on the front, and the fenestration is changed. So we still have a window at first floor, but it's slightly smaller now. And at ground floor, we don't have the patio doors. There's a single door and a window. This is from the south elevation. You can see this is the existing porch here, and that's what was previously proposed, and that's what's proposed now. So it's largely unchanged apart from the porch is gone, but the overall fenestration is similar and the scale is the same. And then from the other elevation, this is from the footpath side. It's the existing. That's what was originally proposed, and that's what's proposed now. So two additional windows have been inserted in that elevation, and you'll note in the report officers have got concerns about overlooking from those windows to the neighbour. So in the event that the application was approved, officers would recommend that those windows would be omitted. So this is the floor plan existing, and that's the ground floor as it previously was. That's proposed now. You can see they're still proposing a kitchen on ground floor, and then first floor existing, the bedroom there and the roof, and then the extension comes out to provide 2 extra bedrooms, and this was previously proposed. You can see there's 2 windows in these sides of the bedrooms, and those windows are retained, but there's additional windows in this side. There are roof lights on that side which would light those rooms as well. Roof plan, and then again as proposed. The scheme is essentially the same in terms of its scale and its form, and that was the main concern raised by officers last time, is that the proposal is for a 2-storey extension off what is the principal elevation of the property, which is generally not a location where our policies and design guidance would support extensions. The extension is also off a former stables, and our policies generally wouldn't support extensions of former agricultural buildings either, specifically not substantial extensions. And the extension would also change the form of the property, which has got a very linear form, and they would change that to effectively an L-shaped form and have quite a significant visual impact from in the conservation area. So the amended scheme, although it changes the fenestration, doesn't overcome officers' concerns, and the application is recommended for refusal for the reasons set out in the report. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thank you very much. We've got 2 speakers. I've got Ms. Ward, Rosie Ward. Are you speaking first? Okay, would you like to come forward, please? That's right. And whenever you're ready to start, and we'll listen to you. Yeah.
So hi, I'm Rosie, and Phil and I are back to explain why it's so important for us to gain permission to extend our home. As a reminder, Phil's the 6th generation of Kirkham to live and work in Parwich. The Orchards has been their family home since Phil's grandparents bought it in 1961, and it's always been multi-generational. There are currently 3 bedrooms, one for Phil's mum, his brother and ourselves. The addition of further bedroom space will allow us to stay in the home that's been in the family for over 60 years, have somewhere to start our own family, and allow us to provide care to Phil's mum, as has been the case for the last 4 generations. On purchase, the farmhouse had no amenities. The family have renovated it, including changing the original dilapidated sash windows for smaller modern windows and building up the sills. In the early 80s, the attached stable where we live was converted for Phil's dependent great-grandma, included adding a chimney stack and breast, configuring all of the openings, so the door was changed to a window, the original window was enlarged and a new door was added, so the entire frontage of the property no longer resembles its original state. We've worked hard with our architect to create a design we feel is sympathetic to the surrounding area of our beautiful village and also enhances the appearance of the current farmhouse, remaining true to its simple facade. We understand extending beyond the architectural front of a dwelling isn't always appropriate. Indeed, the message received from your planners following the last committee is that this would never be acceptable. However, as can be seen from the plans, this really is our only option. The property sits tight to the northern boundary and the driveway sits on the northeastern corner, so extending there would remove our only access and our parking. To extend to the south would cut off access to the front of the property due to the access width there. Our only option is to extend to the front. This position is also largely obscured by our existing 2-metre boundary wall and the mature trees and large hedging planted at Orchard Farm to the north. Regarding the height, it isn't possible to reduce, unfortunately. The existing floor level in the stable is already higher than the farmhouse and the proposed extension, so the roof height is needed to facilitate access from the stable down into the extension. And we're both from tall families. We need adequate headroom to allow us to live comfortably and not continually stoop when moving room to room. Daylight and outlook are fundamental, and as such, although windows were originally omitted, they've now been added to the north elevation following discussions with your planner. Our nearest neighbour to the north is 35 metres away, which is much further than 2 standard houses across the road. Therefore, we don't feel it causes overshadowing, and as the rooms are primarily for sleep, we're confident there will be no loss of privacy for either party. We're a relatively young couple, we're desperate to have a family of our own, and we've already done 3 tough years of IVF, which we've now to put on hold till we know we've got space for children. The village school is struggling to keep going. Due to the large number of retirees and holiday homes in the village, it's not affordable for local young people to buy property in Parwich. If we can't extend to create much needed living space, we're going to be priced out of the park and out of the village we love. We're extremely active within our community, and between us we sit on several committees and undertake hundreds of hours of voluntary work within the village each year. Phil runs his own business from and in the village, and when I qualify as a midwife, I hope to serve my community too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, members, we did a site visit yesterday, which was, I think very informative. So we have another one. I do beg your pardon. Yes, you're quite right. Ms. Coyne. That's right.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to address this committee. In the last 36 years, I have given design advice to more than 30 families in Parwich based on my American interior architecture qualifications and ability to create truly usable space in small properties which often have suffered unfortunate change. My own cottage won a Civic Trust commendation, and a garden room was shortlisted for the Rural England Award in 2008. I was also involved in the drafting of the Parwich Conservation Area Plan. We have come a long way since the first human dwellings were built in this country. The simple lime and gritstone cottages that existed in Derbyshire before the creation of the Peak District National Park are its character and in use today. Many of them have been altered to meet lifestyle changes or current hygiene and safety standards. Others, like the Old Hall in Yulgrave, had a second forward projection added to the front of the house in order to create a grand staircase. In Parwich, we find simple linear buildings with rear extensions for bathrooms, kitchens, and staircases. Where land to the rear was unavailable, they built on at the ends or forward, creating a whole new facade. These changes in the basic form meant changes to the roof, and terms like cat slide, hip, and gable describe those changes. However, land ownership restraints often required quite different solutions, and we see the emergence of the double pile or forward extensions at one or both ends. In the 1990s, Rowan Cottage in Parwich had a 2-story facade added to its entire south-facing frontage. There are examples in Parwich, also up in the Dale, and Alstonfield. The built environment, illustrated in the design guide, is the result of those adaptations to some societal changes that we face today. At the same time, we must recognize that it should not be prescriptive to the degree that need is overruled by the desire for a uniform solution for every situation, regardless of location, climate, material, or economic resources. The current application offers beneficial planning gains by improving the appearance of the existing house, undoing some of the unfortunate 20th century alterations. The extension which is being proposed sits comfortably both with the house being extended, the immediate location in this part of the historic village, and the longer views from downhill. It is a development of the building totally in the tradition of vernacular rural building patterns, which is in keeping with the authority's planning policy. I must, at this point, correct the report that says the bedroom has 2 windows overlooking Orchard Farm. It has 1 window within the room. The second window, noted, is in the hallway joining the new extension to the main house. It is a building regulation requirement as a fire escape and totally necessary for a healthy lifestyle, giving fresh air and light.
Ms. Coyne, I'm going to have to ask you to wind yourself up now. If you'd like to give us one last sentence, I'd be very grateful.
I suggest that the designs you will see today do fall well within your design guide and other policies.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you very much. Right, members. Those of us who did the site visit yesterday will know what we're looking at. This was deferred in very, very similar circumstances, I think, from a meeting 2 years ago to try and sort out some of the problems. I'm not sure how far we've got over the 2 years. But has anybody... I'll make one observation. Listening to Ms. Coyne, no, the other one, Rosie Ward, it sounds to me as if the case for a new affordable house to accommodate that family's needs is well made out. And the idea that they would be able to achieve such a house somewhere in Parwich, which is clearly where they belong, is, I think, a little bit fanciful in the short term. And I suppose the question that has occurred to me as the speakers have been speaking is this: which actually will cause them more harm to the character of the village in general terms? A brand new house somewhere else, or something on this site that meets those family requirements? I'm going to leave that in the air. Mike.
Having been reluctant to dive in first on a number of the other applications, I was in a multi-generational house for 11 years, and it was our way forward to bring, to keep the family together and to make it workable, given the end of life period that my in-laws were going through. So I do have a lot of sympathy for what the applicant is putting forward. And in a small village where you don't have, as you've just said, Chair, the affordable housing. I was also struck that when we made our entrance, you have to go in through the gates at the top. Mm. And so you don't immediately see the front of the house. So in many ways, it's, instead of being an upside down house, it's a sort of wrong way round house, if you like, if you'll not take that as an insult. So that changes the dynamics. And the other thing is the stone underneath. I mean, I overheard one of the applicants speaking yesterday about how the house is dug right into very solid foundations of stone. I'm not sure whether it's granite or limestone. And then as we drove out from there round to the other site visit, you could see bare rocks suddenly appear between houses. And yeah, I just think for the sake of the one principal objection from the planning officers, I do think that we could give careful consideration to allowing this application to go forward, Chair.
In some shape or form, okay. Ken?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, we're on the horns of another dilemma, aren't we?
Yeah.
And in some respects, I think one of the issues that we rehearsed with the last application in terms of what options have been considered. I mean, my concerns remain that there's a height issue, there's a scale issue, and I think from the ground floor and particularly first floor plans, it seemed to me that the width of the proposed extension is partly due to the requirement on the first floor of that bit of a corridor. So I think in the first plan that you showed, Adam, no, you're going even further back. Further. Oh, we seem to be going in a loop, but maybe a bit further. It was just the width, and it was an issue that I think that was a bit of a concern when we met on site, even further back. It was the plan showed what appeared to be quite a significant width to the proposed extension. No, it was the one that showed the entire. It was a relatively small scale. Showed the entirety of the. That one. I mean, that extension does. It's wider than the proposed building or rather the building to which it's proposed to be attached. And then when you look at some of the elevations, it is that much higher. Oh, it's not higher. But the fact that it runs into the main roof, it doesn't become subservient, to my mind, to the property. And I just wondered whether, or what other options have been looked at. Is there, and I understand from the discussions we had on site with the applicant about the differing heights, the stable floor is higher, and so on. But are there any? Is there any way in which, for example, a single story could be extended further into the garden so it became much more subservient to the main block and didn't have the impact? And would that reduce the necessary width in any way? I don't know. I'm just trying to find a solution to what are obviously significant issues, but it's taken us 2 years to get to a point where there's not much of a change in what's being proposed. I don't know. Honestly,
Members, any other members wish to? Ken?
Yeah. I was reading with interest about the one of the objections about windows and being able to look in from 35 and 50 metres away. I'd need binoculars. How daft is that? In fact, I'm in a position to propose that we accept this application, Chair.
Just to point out the relationship with the neighbour, just so it's absolutely clear. This is a neighbouring property here, and we noted on site that they do have garden areas here. So it's not just the distance to their house; it's also their gardens. When you're thinking about overlooking, that's all I like to say on that.
Yeah, but under spatial strategies, you count buildings, not grass. So if he can stand in his window and look into yours at 50 metres away, my God.
That's intervisibility between rooms, yes, but we do need to consider impact on privacy of people's gardens through overlooking as well. That is definitely a material planning consideration.
Can I? I'm sorry, Mike.
Could that be resolved by condition of frosted glass? I have to say on the but there's some windows that would actually look out onto the footpath.
Yeah, okay.
I don't have a problem with that because a lot of there's a design view now that you shouldn't have hidden spaces in how shall I put this, more built-up areas, because it will discourage antisocial behaviour.
No, that's a really good point. That is definitely true. In terms of public spaces, it's good to have them observed, for safety. But we have to also consider privacy and whether this is going to be an issue. These are two windows that would face towards the neighbour's garden, and as is set out in the report, the neighbour does have concerns about overlooking. Officers' view is that those...
From those,
yeah.
I was thinking from the side that's on the footpath.
Yeah, so that's facing the footpath. So yeah. So not too concerned about the roof lights, because obviously they would be in the roof and you wouldn't be able to look out of those directly, but officers are concerned about overlooking from those two windows. But that could be potentially dealt with by a condition. They could either be fixed and obscurely glazed, or they could be omitted, yes.
And actually in one window, it could be a bigger window on the other side of the building, if they wanted the light. I've got Andrew and then Matt.
Yeah, I remember presiding at South Smalllands with an application where the neighbours had objected, and it was only 15 metres to an extension, and it was for a similar purpose. So when it's 35 and 50, I agree with Ken, this is not insurmountable at all. It's a difficult situation, but I'm inclined to support it.
We're all struggling with this.
Yeah.
Well,
slightly.
We don't have your insights. If the members were minded to approve an extension of this sort of size here, are there any serious sort of design issues that you could improve before it was approved?
Not of this. The issue is the scale and position.
Okay.
You know, tweaking other things isn't going to resolve that from officers' perspective.
Okay. And I've got Matt.
Yeah, it relates to the windows. The left-hand window there is already there, I assume.
No, that's a proposed window, but that's to a bathroom, and that could be obscurely glazed.
Okay, thanks.
That is a proposed window as well.
Right, members, I'm guessing that the direction that this is going in, is somebody going to put forward a motion for me, or Ken?
Yes, I'd propose that we agree this application as presented.
Okay. Is anybody seconding that?
I'll second.
You're seconding that. I'm going to...
In this scenario, are we now going to make a recommendation to the next committee, planning officers, to present a report?
Well, let's get on to that one. Let's work out what we're being asked to approve yet. We've got a motion. What are the conditions that you would want to put on the...
Thank you, Chair. Yes, if this was approved, statutory 3-year time limit, the amended plans, officers would recommend that the windows be omitted, can potentially add another condition saying agree the details of fenestration to see if that can be resolved. But officers' view is that those windows should be omitted, because even if they're obscurely glazed, there'd be a perception of overlooking. Appreciate members may take a different view, but that's officers' view having inspected the site. Agree design details, the stone, the roof materials, rainwater goods, windows and doors, detailed design and finish, the normal design conditions that we'd have.
Okay. So can I be absolutely clear? Are those conditions for the proposer and seconder acceptable?
No, I don't accept taking windows out.
Sorry?
I don't accept the condition that windows are taken.
So,
They are central to extension.
okay.
And I'm afraid to say, if somebody's got a garden 50 metres long, good luck to him. I can split it end of line.
Okay, so your motion is with the windows remaining in. Are you happy with that? Okie doke. Have any members got any views they wish to express on that motion as it stands? No? You then had a question for me.
Yes, I'm here. I understand the usual process is that the matter is recommended to the next committee.
No, only if the officer, only if the planning officer.
Oh, it's only if you disagree? Oh,
Okay.
beg your pardon.
I think on design matters that we wouldn't go there.
So you're happy to leave it where it is? Okay, that's okay. So the motion is as it is, with the windows in place. I suppose all those in favour? Anyone against? That is carried. Thank you. We're now on to Holcar Farm Longner. How are we doing for time? Just almost on time, actually. We're not doing at all badly. Right, we're doing fine so far. No, we don't encourage that. No, you're quite right.
But if the planning officer agrees, is that if the planning officer can't
If the planning officer thinks that there's an important reference that's going far beyond our policies, he will cause it in and says, I'm going to come back. We report so you can think again.
That's fine.
Which we very rarely do.
That probably needs to be clarified.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is agenda item 11, Holcar Farm Longner, barn, and Adam, you dealing with? Yes. Okay. He is very distracting.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this application, members visited the site yesterday. Property's named Holcar Farm. It's a very small field barn. The historic history of the site is set out in the report. The setback from the road, just on one of the roads west, coming out of Longner, out in the open countryside. You can see the barn there with an access in, and then you can see the proposed curtilage. We'll look at that a bit clearer. So that there you can see the red line area. That's the barn at the back of the site. All the land in ownership is edged in blue. And that's the sort of closer in layout plan. So you can see here, you'd come in on the track and there'd be 2 parking spaces proposed here with a turning area. And the boundary would be a dry stone wall. And there's another wall proposed here to sort of close off the small paved area, which would be the curtilage. The proposed dwelling would effectively be a holiday let. No, it would be a holiday let, that's what the proposal is. So just to move the photographs, here's the view from the road. And as you move towards the barn, you see it's a very small structure in a very poor state of repair. Some quite attractive features in the stone slate roof. So it's clearly a historic building of interest, but a very simple, functional field barn. As you can see, it's partly collapsed and no longer in use for agriculture. That's round the back. And there's a footpath that goes past the site and drops down. The land drops away quite sharply, and you can look up and see the barn from there. And this is a view from Barrow Moor. So you're descending down from Barrow Moor from a public footpath. Members looked at the footpaths from the site. This is the view looking across from this direction. You can see the barn very clearly sat by itself in quite an open landscape. The agent pointed out that you see it in the context of the farm over the road, and that's over there. And there's also appears to be another property here on the horizon. And then this is the view from the same footpath as you drop down the hill. And then this is the view from the other side. So where we were just looking from was up here, and now we're looking from the footpath on the other side of this little valley. And you can see the barn there again from this direction, largely read by itself in the landscape. So in this case, officers are happy with the design because it reuses the existing building. You reuses the existing openings with only a small lean-to extension on the far gable, so the back gable, which would be for a toilet and shower room, as you can see there. The downstairs would be a small living room and small kitchen with stairs up to a bedroom. On the front elevation, you've got the existing openings, which would be retained and provided with new door openings. The rear would be left blank with a glazed vent slot. And the side elevation would be would have a window put in it, and that would match, and the slots would be glazed as well, and that would match an existing opening, which is the remains of it you can see on the collapsed side of the building. but the size of that would be restored. And then you can see that's the lean-to. I'll just finish on that photograph. So in terms of the conversion, officers are happy with the scheme. It's a good conversion in terms of its design detail with only a small extension. The concern here is the impact of the access parking area, domestic activity and lighting in a barn which is quite, well, it's divorced from the road and it's isolated in its local landscape. So it's the impact of those activities and those operations upon the character of the building which is the concern. And so the application is recommended for refusal for that reason. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We have one speaker who we have met before, Sarah Foster. Would you like to come forward, please?
Afternoon, committee. The issues we have here are obviously very finely balanced, not least because I'd originally given an extension of time to allow for an approval to be written up on this case. And on the date of the extension, I received an email to say the case officer had changed their mind and that they were now going to recommend refusal. That was a whole 4 months since we submitted what is a very simple application. The conversion of this building, as Adam said, is policy compliant. It's acknowledged in the report, and the small extension has no impact on the character or significance of the barn. The main issue is that the barn can be seen in the landscape, as most barns can. There aren't many invisible barns. It certainly used to be the case that roadside barns were considered a somewhat easier conversion proposition from a landscape perspective, not least because of the major piece of modern infrastructure within 40 metres of the building. There's actually been no discussion between the applicant and case officer about track and parking area surfacing, even though that features very heavily in the reason for refusal and the committee report. The applicant would happily accept a cart track with gritstone chippings and parking area surfaced with chippings, and that can be dealt with by condition quite easily. It's a one-bed unit, as you've seen from the layout plans, so it's very unlikely to have any more than one car on site when it's being used. We have to accept that the modern reality that any alternative use of historic buildings are going to generate the need for vehicles to be on site. A benefit of this site is the topography between the barn and the road means that one vehicle can easily be tucked behind the rising land next to the road, so it wouldn't create an undue landscape impact. In the report, it seems to indicate that structural surveys automatically expire after 3 years. That isn't the case. On site yesterday before the bus arrived, I compared the structural survey photos with the current situation that you can see today, and it's unchanged. The roof collapse has caused the corner collapse, but otherwise the surveyor found that the walls were sound for now. So yes, the barn is visible, but that doesn't necessarily equate to adverse landscape impact. There are dozens of converted barns across the national park that can be seen from roads and footpaths, and that now contribute to the social and economic vibrancy of the national park without necessarily causing undue landscape harm. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, again, we did a site visit yesterday. An interesting visit, and I think a worthwhile one, as it turned out. Any member wish to contribute? If not, I'll start. Ken? Mike?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it's interesting listening to Sarah's description, if she'll allow me, because it was as if we were looking at a different barn. Because my view of that building is that it sits in a saddle. There are extensive views to north and south across wide open landscapes. It's an isolated building in the middle of nowhere, effectively. I'm not convinced that its conversion to the proposed use is appropriate, not least because I would question whether what we would be looking at is actually a new build, because the south gable would have to come down, I think, to at least at most a metre above ground level. The south, the other end. That's the one rather. Sorry, you're right. east wall bows out significantly, and that's going to have to come down and be rebuilt. And there's an enormous crack from top coming down to bottom on the interior of the north gable. So that's going to have to come down and go back up again. At what point does conversion of a barn become the rebuild? And we've been here before with semi-derelict, almost derelict buildings, that it's inappropriate because it is a new build, effectively. So I think the combination of landscape impact in the totality of the Warslow Moors area, of that Staffordshire Moorland area, and the extent to which the building is going to have to be rebuilt, I think underpins, for me, the recommendation. I think, as members have on quite reasonably on previous occasions mentioned the number of barns there are in the Peak District, and if we don't convert them, we'll lose them. There does come a point, I think, where we have to accept that some are going to be lost. We can't save everyone. And I'm just mindful that when we were given what is now our Warslow Moors estate, we inherited a number of derelict barns, and we accepted that they were derelict, and we capped the walls where it was appropriate to do that, to retain the footprint of the building in the landscape. It isn't necessarily a case that it has to be rebuilt in its entirety to feature as a non-designated heritage asset in the landscape, I would suggest. And that has been perpetuated in part through the South West Peak Landscape Project, where again a number of derelict barns had their walls capped in order that they could be retained in the landscape, but not necessarily rebuilt. So I support the recommendation as it stands, Chair.
I'll come back to you on that, but Mike, did you put your hand up? Somebody else did.
Yes, I did, Chair. Thank you. Yes, along with other members, I saw the barn yesterday, and it did strike me. It was just sort of, as Ken said, it's not in the middle of nowhere. It's in the middle of the Staffordshire Moorlands, but
Thank you.
You know, it is very it is very visible, and you would have it would bring domestication to it. But the other thing I was struck by is, unlike two of the barns that we've looked at earlier for conversion, it is tiny. I suppose there's not going to be much space to unpack your belongings and wash and do all the other things that you would need to do while you're on holiday in that one. I mean, it's more like it would lend itself to being a bothy more than a holiday let, I would have thought. So I'm minded not to accept the application on the grounds of landscape harm in this case.
Right, we're getting very different views coming up. Bill?
Yeah, I mean, every barn shouldn't be, there shouldn't ever be a presumption, I know there isn't, that every barn should be converted to a residential use in the national park, and this is a good example, so I'd support refusal. It's well summarised here in the report of the officers to say that there will be hard surfacing with access track, creation of the car parking area, domestic paraphernalia and lighting associated with the proposed use of the barn would cause significant harm to the landscape character of the area. It is relatively remote, it is very prominent, and it is effectively, perhaps have to accept that some buildings have lost their life, haven't been maintained, and will be ruins, and that is a problem of the landscape as well. I mean, it's sad, but that is just the fact. It is actually that is its role in the landscape now.
Okay, Matt?
Yeah, the things that everybody said about aren't in here as one of the reasons for refusal. So that's obviously not what the officers think. And as the agent said, the things that the officers have said for are reasons for refusal could be altered by condition. And so, the principle of it is that it's fine. Apart from these issues, can they be addressed by condition? Can they be addressed by condition?
Well, can we just go through that? Because I was going to make exactly your point, that the issues that Mike and Ken have raised are not the ones that the officers are raising, and if you refuse it on these grounds, it would be for a different reason.
Chair, I did raise landscape grounds, but I did a couple of my...
Look, I mean, just taking it in slices, shall we? The access track, there are plenty of experience that we have now of being able to lay access tracks without causing major environmental harm. I don't believe that that is the top problem with it. Car parking, I believe, is an issue, and I think we need to think about that. Domestic paraphernalia, we know from experience, we can control by condition. And lighting, if you look at the one elevation that we've got, where the lighting might be seen, which is this one here. I don't know how you would describe it, but it's the Longner facing elevation, whichever one that is. The east elevation, is it? I mean, that is what you're going to see at night from one angle. So those, they are issues, but it does seem to me that you've got to sort of analyse them and get it down to there. I do have problems with the car parking, to be quite honest with you. And I am, if members are reminded to approve this, I would certainly be wondering what we had to do about the car parking. But one of the points that was made on site, and I think it was Martin that made it, was the very fine quality of the stone it was built out of. It was you, Martin, wasn't it? It was. It did seem to me that if I couldn't get any money out of this as a holiday house, then the first thing I'd be doing is getting the local builder round, and there's nothing that we could do in reality to stop it happening. And that, I think, is a concern. I did say to the officers before the meeting that it would be lovely when we got these reports, if when we say we don't want to do a barn conversion, we then moved to the next stage and said, actually, what we are happy with is that it falls down, it's not there, we do something else with it, there's another solution. Because just being told you can't without knowing what the outcome is, I think is very difficult for members to deal with, but that's a side comment. Andrew, I think you wanted to say something.
A couple of things, Chair. The agent indicated that they were waiting for a change of mind, and I'd be very interested in what that change of mind was. What were the grounds for it, and why was it communicated through to the agent that if she waited a bit longer, might get approval? Secondly, this is it's a building that I pass every time I come to this building. Twice a month for the last 8 years, I've passed that building.
You go back a different way, do you?
No, I through Longner and off that way. So I have seen it many times. And we approved one just outside Longner a little while ago, probably maybe about 10 years ago it would have been. It was before my time. And it's in the dip as you come out of Longner, past the sawmill, and you head up and then back down past those woods that we sold off a while back. And in the River Valley, there's one opposite the farm that was converted, and that's even smaller than this one. So some people do like bijou residences to go holidaying in. So I wouldn't let size worry anybody on this, of the size of a barn. There are some people who will think this is actually quite quaint. But I'm in two minds over this one.
Right, can we answer the question about the change of mind?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say the case officer initially, and he spoke to me about it, was minded to approve the application and sought an extension of time. But then the case officer had second thoughts and went out on site and took these photos and looked at it again, and ultimately has come to the conclusion which is set out in the report, and it is a recommendation that I agree with. So it's unfortunate that's happened, but it wasn't deliberate. There was no bad intention with that. It's just there's been a change of mind. Yeah, and the only other point I'd like to make is that officers are concerned about the impact of a conversion. Officers can't necessarily saying that this scheme is not acceptable, but there may be a straightforward solution. We might be in a different position if that was officers' view. I think if it's not clear in the reason for refusal that officers are concerned about the fundamental of converting this building and the impacts of that conversion in terms of its impacts in the landscape. Thank you, Chair.
So can I just put that into my language? If members were minded to approve it, would be on to refuse it. You're saying it should be on different grounds than the ones that are drafted here.
No, I think the reason for refusal is it sets it out.
I'm picking up Ken's point now.
Yeah, about
the fact that, Ken's point, which I do understand, is that the building is so far gone that it's virtually a rebuild and therefore shouldn't be converted.
Yeah, the officers, we have a structural survey. Officers are satisfied that it theoretically could be converted. What actually would happen in reality is different to that. But if members were minded to approve the application, what officers would recommend is that we get an elevation and floor plan which shows precisely which elements of the building would be demolished and rebuilt and which would be retained.
But by that time this pass is sold, isn't it?
Yes, if we've approved it, then we've approved it, yes.
I'm having some difficulty with Martin, and then Ken.
Right. No, I was looking at the building, and the Ashlar facing is extremely good for a farm building, and if several walls would need taking down and replacing. If that happened, and we were mindful to approve that, I would want to see the replacement walls being made from the original ashlar facings. They could have modern backing because the rubble stone backing is of no particular interest, but the facings are something which we should look at.
Okay, thanks. I've got Andrew down again. What I would appreciate shortly is some sort of resolution or motion from somebody. But Andrew.
Yeah, just an anecdote. I know of a barn conversion where they found something, they already were allowed a large extension, which they built, and then officers said that front wall's got to come down, so therefore you've got to demolish the whole edifice, including the new extension. And Stasmoreland's Planning Applications Committee went out and said, no, we accept it. And the suggestion was made that they number every piece of stone on the back, so that you had a number. So it had to go back the way it came down, and that ensured that the same stones went in the same place on the building. But unfortunately, I think they had 2 left over at the end.
Sounds like my uncle repairing his grandfather clock. Okay, can I have somebody with some suggestions? You're going to move the recommendation as it's worded. Yeah.
But I think I'll be guided by officers on this, but I have significant.
Can you just button your light on?
Sorry, I wasn't expecting to speak as such. I have significant concerns to be advised by officers, because I do think, at the point that Martin made and the point I made earlier about there is such an amount of those walls from visual inspection that need to come down before they can go back up again, that it is virtually a new build. Now, whether we can incorporate that into the recommendation as it stands, I'd be advised.
We do have a structural survey. I don't think that decision would necessarily be unreasonable given the condition of the building. I think members could reasonably raise those concerns, but we don't have any expert evidence the other way. I think if members are concerned essentially that the barn would be by a matter of fact demolished and rebuilt, then that would be a different development. And I think that would go to the principle of our policies, because obviously our policies only allow conversion. So I think that would have to be a different reason for refusal, effectively saying that the proposal is for the facts of the condition of the building would be a rebuild, a demolition and rebuild, and therefore contrary in principle to our adopted policies.
Could that become a second element to the recommendation? But we don't have the expert advice. We don't have the illustrations of what is needed to come down and to go back.
So maybe
in some respect, what I was going to say was, I take the comments that have been made, I think, by the chair about some of the elements of the recommendation as they stand, but ultimately my concern is the landscape impact of the proposed works, and particularly those that might be achieved by what I think would be an almost complete rebuild of the building. So whether the recommendation stands on the basis of my concerns, which are wider than the specific elements in the recommendation, again, I'd be advised, Chair.
I don't think they're covered in the reasons for refusal, because that specifically refers to the proposed use of the barn. I think if we added another reason, I would suggest it'd be something along the lines of insufficient information has been provided to satisfy the authority that the conversion could take place without significant demolition and rebuilding, along those lines.
Is that
in
your
that case,
motion?
I'd be happy for that.
Okay. Is that seconded? You're seconding that. Okay. I put that as a straightforward vote. All those in favour of the motion as just put together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I will cast my casting vote in favour of the resolution as put. Okay. But having said that, I do believe that there are solutions here if we spend a bit of time working on it. Okay.
Chair, it's 1 o'clock.
Yes, I was about to say that. What?
We need the time, the duration.
Yeah.
We need a motion to move.
The motion is that we move on past 1 o'clock. All those in favour? Anyone against? That is carried. Something that I hope will be taken out of our constitution shortly.
Bill's just left the room.
Oh, Bill's gone out, has he? He's coming back, is he? Yes, okay. We'll have a short... Would members like 5 minutes? I detected from that last one that we were tiring somewhat. So should we reconvene at 10 past by that clock? Enjoying yourselves, we're going to get back to work, and the next application on the agenda is agenda item 12, Ivy Cottage, Eam. So who's dealing with this? John.
Myself, Chair. Good afternoon, members. The application site plan is on the screen behind me. Ivy Cottage Tea Room. It's a small cottage situated within the village of Eam, towards the southeastern part of Eam village. It's within the conservation area, and it's surrounded by residential property on each of its sides. This committee approved planning permission in 2018 for the use of the premises as a small tea room on Sundays only, between the hours of 11 and 5 p.m. And the proposal now is to extend that opening to add an extra day, Monday, for the same operating hours. Being situated where it is and surrounded by residential property, the key issue is the impact potential impact on neighbours' amenity from the additional day's use. I'll just go through the slides. Access to the property. This is the square in Eam, and this is the road down to Eam Dale. I don't know if you can see from so far away, but this is the application site. You have a pair of semis at a slightly higher level to the east of the property, a residential detached property to the west, and residential property at a much lower level, under cliff, top of Eamdale there, to the lower level down there. Access is from the square. There are some lanes, but you can only get to the property on foot down a public footpath which links from the square either down to Eamdale or with other links down the Lidget on down towards Stony Middleton. So the current cafe essentially caters for walkers that are already in the area predominantly. And members saw that relationship on site yesterday. This is a slide showing the cottage in the background. There is outdoor seating and indoor seating because the cafe operates from within a small outbuilding. It's key to note that the application is only to add the extra day. There's no change to the seating arrangements, so I would like to just delete condition 4 in the recommendation because that's been carried over by mistake from a previous report. As approved, the cafe operates with 12 seats outside on that layout, which was the approved layout, which is captured by condition 1 in a repeat of condition 1 within the recommendation. And within the little outbuilding, there are 10 seats. That's just an image of the small scale nature of that. And that's the approved layout, which again was captured by condition in the original consent. So, as I said, the key issue is the impact on neighbours' amenity. We saw on site yesterday that it's located within a very secluded part of the village. It is surrounded by other property, but it's screened by mature planting, the buildings and the boundary details such that it is a very screened location, small in scale. So whilst we have noted carefully the local objections from the parish and local residents, bearing in mind the small scale, the limited days of use and the screened and secluded location, the officer's view is that the additional day is acceptable and have therefore recommended approval, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, we have 2 speakers on this one. The first one I have is Mrs. Gosling. Would you like to come forward and make your presentation to us, please? Right, thank you, Mrs. Gosling. You have that's the one. And when you're ready, you can start your 3 minutes.
Right. So it's Mr. and Mrs. Gosling. We have lived at Davy Cottage for 56 years. In answer to Ms. Hull's recent comments on the website, we do not own the fairy steps, the wall running alongside the fairy steps, the bank, or the retaining wall along the top of the bank, which retains Ms. Hall's property and part of her garden. The retaining wall is in a terrible state, part of which has collapsed recently. Also, we do not own the continuation of this retaining wall, which runs all across the back of our property, which retains the rest of Miss Hall's garden. The above wall is totally Miss Hall's boundary wall, and which she is totally responsible for. This wall has collapsed in 4 places and has caused excessive damage to our outhouse, and part of the wall has fallen into a gully at the back of our house, which is causing damp to our house and the adjoining cottage. We have our deeds here to verify this statement of what we own. In 56 years, we have never had an issue with anyone using the fairy steps, which are situated just off our driveway. They are very much part of the history of the village, going back many hundreds of years. Some locals, the postmen, delivery people, some school children use them regularly, as do ourselves and neighbours, to access Nicker Lane, the square and beyond. The steps and Nicker Lane are not a public footpath. It is a miner's walk which the lead miners use to walk to get down to the dale to the mines, and then access the steps and Nicker Lane to get back to their cottages nearby at the top. It is not a public footpath, as Miss Hall should remember when she herself made and erected a public footpath sign which she was forced to take down in 2006. This supposedly public footpath does not show on any definitive map. As regards the privacy and security of the tea rooms and extending the day, as for our privacy regarding the tea rooms, the whole of Miss Hall's front garden overlooks our first floor windows at the back of our property and at the gable end to the bathroom and toilet. Her customers can look into our windows easily, and we do not know who they are. This breaches our security, and there are noise issues also. Regarding the comment of neighbours being out at work on a Monday, which is the day she wants to extend, we do not work on a Monday or any other day of the week, as we are retired and have been for 17 years. Our biggest concern is that the tea rooms could turn into a bigger development. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much indeed. Would you be kind enough to turn the switch off on the microphone there, and we will try and deal with some of those issues. I'm not sure that I understood the geography of some of what we were being told. Have you got that? First of all, can you help us as to where Mrs. Gosling's house is so that we can understand it? And this,
I'm not 100% sure, but I think it's this property here which stands
that's what I thought
immediately
okay.
below. And the reference to the fairy steps are the steps we saw on site, which led at the end of this path down to Undercliff and Eamdale.
Okay, that's helpful. Can we move to the second speaker, please, which is Mrs. Hall?
Right, not quite sure where to... Can I start by just making a few comments about the references that Mrs. Gosling made.
You may make whatever you like, so long as it takes.
Okay.
So long, I'll give you a little bit. I gave Mrs. Gosling a bit of leeway, but so long as you keep it to the 3 minutes, by and large.
Yes, okay. Well, I'm first of all just going to explain to you about my tea. We'll come to the comments afterwards. My tea room is tucked away at the end of a narrow footpath, which is accessible from Eames Square, as you've shown on the map. I've been open now for about 7 years, and I've just opened on the Sunday. But because there's very little service within the village for anybody to get a cup of tea and a piece of cake, because most of the tea rooms, including the pub, are closed on a Monday. The pub opens at 5 o'clock on a Monday rather than 12 o'clock on other days. And the other tea rooms are closed, with the exception possible of one tea room, which is the village green. So when people come on a Monday, there's very little they can do in the way of getting anything to eat or drink. Now then, I'm only asking to open on the Monday because of the reason that there is very little service in the village. Eam, as you may be aware, is a popular destination for visitors who come to visit for, well, due to the village's historic sacrifice during the plague of 1666. It is also popular with walkers throughout the year, doesn't matter on the weather, when they visit. So when they visit on a Monday, they're struggling to find somewhere to, take a cup of tea and cake. And that's the reason I've actually asked to open on a Monday in addition to the Sunday that I've already got. As I said, my tea room is tucked away at the end of the narrow footpath, which is accessible from Eames Square, and it provides a quiet and secluded place for people to sit and enjoy a homemade cake and a cup of tea. Now, I specialise in providing homemade produce, so I do all the baking and cooking myself, which includes cakes and pastries together with homemade soups. Now, people have loved coming to my tea room. And as such, many people have wanted to support my application. And as you're probably aware, there's been over 40 letters of support that have come into the Peak Park in support of this application. Now, some of you visited, my tea room. My tea room is not overlooked by the Goslings. Their cottage is lower down on the cliff.
I think her point was that your customers were overlooking her, if I may help you with your presentation.
Yes, well, you can't see their house from my tea room. Sorry, yes, you're quite right, that's what she said. So you can't see their house from my tea room, which is situated, as you've seen, at the front of the building. The fairy steps, which are those little steps which lead down to Mr. Gosling's property and then onto the main road, are not owned by the Goslings. I've never said that they were. In fact, I've stated that they aren't. The bank and the boundary wall is owned by Mr. Gosling. There was some vandalism last year, which I wasn't going to bring up, but...
I'm going to just help you a little bit here. I appreciate there are issues that you've been told about collapsing walls and so forth.
Yes.
I don't think those are relevant to this application.
Right, then I'd rather not go into that.
All we are concerned about, I think, is the impact of what you propose
Yes.
on the immediate neighbours.
Yes.
And I think you've made your point about that, if I may put it
Yes,
that way around.
that's fine.
And I would be very grateful if you could feel as if you... I'll give you one more sentence and then we'll finish.
Yes, okay. Well, I believe that I offer a good service to the village because I offer a homemade service. Everything I do is homemade. I love doing it, and people love coming. And I really,
hope that you'll consider just giving me one extra day. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
I'd be grateful if you just turn the machine off that's in front of us.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. And members, we did a site visit yesterday, which introduced us to a part of Eam I think none of us had ever been before. Any members got any thoughts on this? Bill?
Well, just on a technicality, I've just sort of checked the map, and I don't think I was under the impression that was a footpath. It's not a public footpath. That doesn't mean to say it isn't a right-of-way, of course. So I don't know if the clarification if that's private land or an accepted right-of-way. It doesn't look like it's a public footpath, but that doesn't mean to say the public hasn't got access over it. So I don't know, that might be quite useful to clarify that.
Well, I don't know what members felt. We could see that there was a house behind and that we were aware of the houses below. I felt that as far as we were aware, there were no particular issues arising from the Sunday use of the site, and that extending it merely to the Monday was unlikely to be material. So I'm going to move it as per the recommendation as amended by John. That has been seconded. Has any other member got any view on this? In that case, all those in favour of the motion that this be approved? Anyone against? Thank you. Mr. Ingot, Mrs. Gosling, we understand the point that you're trying to get to. I think some of those are private legal issues that you need to take up.
The lady has said that she didn't say we owned the ferries. We did say that we owned the ferries. That was on the website. The comments are still there. So she's still saying that it's ours, and it is not.
I think that is academic to what we have to do. The point that I'm trying to make to you is that we have one issue to look at, which is the planning issues surrounding extending this use for one day. There are other issues which you've drawn to our attention, but those are really issues to be dealt with outside this meeting. They're not for us to respond to, because they're not within our gift to control or do anything about.
The people who are viewing all the other comments, the people that come from far away to the tea rooms, they are viewing that they said it's nice and all this. Why not view this thing that the lady is saying that we own this, that, and she knows we don't because the deeds are here.
Yeah, but the only thing we are concerned about is how she uses her own property, and in that context, we have made the decision that we have.
Okay, what about the walls? The her walls that are all
But I mean, those are matters, if I may say so, and I know it's difficult for you to deal with, but those are matters that should either be taken up privately between adjoining landowners, or possibly, I don't know, there may be a role for the local district council, particularly if there are some dangerous structures there that are falling down. There is at least one local district councillor around this table. Those are issues to be taken up in a different forum. And it sounds to me as if your starting point might be the local authority, because if there are dangerous structures, they have a role to play with that. Okay? Okay. And if you don't mind, I'm going to move on to our next item on the agenda. But thank you for your contribution. Can I move on, please, to... we have Jane here, and we don't have anybody for the other one. So can we move on to agenda item 14, which is Eam Woodlands, Grindleford. And...
I've got to leave imminently, so can I just... And the next item is about Hathersage, so can I make a few comments on that?
Oh, I see. Right. When have you got to leave, Bill?
Well, as soon as possible.
Sorry, Jane. I think we need to deal with that. Okay, right. Can we briefly deal with agenda item 13, Station Road, Hathersage?
Yes, thank you, Chair. This is the application site. It concerns Moorland House, which is a care home in the centre of the village of Hathersage. It fronts onto Station Road and also has an entrance off Back Lane, where there's visitor parking and staff parking. It's surrounded by residential property, and those particularly interested in this application are on Roslin Road, which are at a higher level to the application site and the car parking area at the back. The site's lit by various lights, which were granted consent with an application back in 2011. This application critically only concerns 2 lights, which are situated at the entrance onto Back Lane. And I understand what's happened is that since the original lamps were put in place, these 2 lights have been damaged by vehicles accessing the site and were replaced by non-approved bollards, lighting bollards, which didn't conform to the original approved design. So these are the lights which are in. There's one either side of the entrance. This is Back Lane, and this is the terrace of properties on Roslin Road, of which a number of residents are concerned about lighting at the property. There's a close-up of the bollards as it's in. They're in. These are about 800 millimetres high, and they're not the approved ones. The approved scheme was for low, half-metre high bollards. And it's proposed to replace those by this style, which is 500 millimetres high. It's black alloy bollard with lighting, 25-watt lighting, which is very strictly cowled to prevent any light spread onto sort of neighbouring properties. It's very close in size and design to that which was approved, and therefore officers recommend approval. Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much. Bill?
Yeah, just very briefly, I'm aware of this application. I'm aware of the concerns of local residents, which I've listened to, and I see that's part of my role here as being in the Peak Park on the board. And as far as I can see, it's been resolved by this application, and I've heard nothing to suggest it hasn't been resolved. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ginny?
I'd like to move the resolution, please.
Is that seconded? Okay. All those in favour? Anyone against? It just looks to me as if the new lights are going to be ideal for people just to park to drive their car into, actually, because nobody will see them where they are. But anyway, time will tell.
That's what happened.
Now we'll go back to what we were trying to do a few minutes back, and we'll deal with agenda item 14, which is 15 Eam Road, Woodlands. You're dealing with this as well.
I am, Chair, thank you. Yes, 15 Eam Woodlands. It's a one half of semi-detached property situated within the village of Grindleford on the left-hand side as you drop down into village from the Carver direction. So this is the application site outlined in red here. It's one of a number of semi-detached properties on this left-hand side of the road, and those 3 pairs are very similar before the style changes. I believe members had a drive-by yesterday to see the context. There's terraced residential property opposite, and if we move to the photographs, you'll see this is the property in question, one of 3 similar pairs of semis before the style changes as you go further down the street. And in common with many properties within our villages and around the country, I should say, the front gardens have been excavated to create off-road parking. In this case, the shared access with the neighbour to give access to the applicant's parking area, which has been cut out, and the neighbour's parking area. You can see also in this slide, the garden is been cut back and there's a low retaining wall, and the house sits at a higher level than the street. And the proposal is to erect a flat roof hexagonal garage, we'll see in the plans in a moment, within this area here, which would cut back into this raised garden area and partly cover the where this van is in this slide, the current parking area. It's a head-on shot. So the proposed garage you'll see will sit from this end to about here, and if you bear in mind the plans, the roof will be about this height, just slightly above the pathway around the house. You can see the joint access and the manoeuvring area here. As I say, that's shared because manoeuvring would be tight without cooperation between neighbours on this particular site. That's just a close-up, and from within the site, showing the nature. That's the current retaining wall. So the garage would step back into this area, cut back into that, and become retaining in its own right if it was to be approved. It would be set 1 metre away from the main house. So in floor footprint terms, this is the proposal. You can see that it's a hexagonal garage. It would have a green roof, single car parking space and space for storage, access off the existing drive, and would also retain, or there would be formed a further parking space between the proposed garage and the roadside wall, with new landscaping around that. And as I say, the back wall of the garage would form the retaining wall to this rising ground. The existing steps up the side would go, and they go back to using the shared steps which come up to this higher level pathway around the house. That's the existing situation, and as proposed. The garage would be constructed of natural gritstone to match the house. As I say, it would have a green roof, and the door would be a timber door inset there. In terms of scale, it's 2.95 metres high to its highest point, and it would be at its widest point 8.8 metres wide. And you can see here the pathway around the house. It would be about 350 millimetres higher than the pathway around the current house. You'll also note there's no fencing or other controls to stop people getting onto that from the pathway around the house, which is a concern potentially for if it were to be approved. Sections, that's looking from the neighbours with the house to the left and the roadside to the right, and as proposed, showing the scaling relationship to the front wall of the house and the parking space and the street. And from the other side, which would be largely hidden because of the neighbour's hedge, so it wouldn't be a public view. So I'll just leave that slide on. Our concern as officers is that the overall scale, which is quite large for this front garden, the height of the building and its unusual hexagonal shape combined with the flat roof form would result in a dominant structure which would harm both the setting of the house, the character of the street scene, and for those reasons, Chair, we have recommended refusal. We have discussed alternatives with the agent informally, but unfortunately none of the options which we were presented, and we couldn't come up with an alternative which would sit comfortably within that setting and provide for appropriate turning and manoeuvring within the site. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have one speaker. Welcome back, Jane. Yes, whenever you're ready.
My client, Will, who is here, runs Hope Energy Systems, a business which installs renewable energy-based heating solutions. This is the second application that we've made for a garage on the premises. The garage is much needed to allow Will to park his van securely on his property, as his van is integral to his business. The business delivers the kind of environmentally sustainable solutions the National Park's keen to promote. The Parish Council support the application and there have been no objections from neighbours. After the first garage application was refused, I had a discussion with John, which he's just alluded to, about other options and provided some sketches as well. And this included a more conventional dual pitch option, but it would be quite high and dominant on the site. So the design that you're looking at now, it was agreed to be the least intrusive option. Your policies support the delivery of garages and other domestic buildings in principle. The proposed garage is earth sheltered in line with your alterations and extensions policy document, which recommends this approach. The hexagonal design is not a novel architectural device for its own sake. We've used that shape because it allows the walls to be short and they have an angle so they recede away from the position of the observer on the pavement. So the front wall with the garage door is angled away from the road, making the building less apparent and allowing the side wall to reflect the retaining walls currently on the site and present at the neighbouring property. The shape of the garage proposed reduces the overall massing. The height of the building has been lowered to include a slope down inside, and this keeps the building to a very similar height as the garden currently is at that point. I think it raises it by about 20 centimetres. It includes a green roof so that the appearance reflects the current terracing of the front garden. There's no intention to use it as a balcony. There's a perfectly adequate back garden. It would just be a terrace as the front garden currently is. The garage is a single garage of modest proportions in line with the scale of the property. The front elevation drawings clearly show that the house remains the dominant part of the site and that the garage is set well below the vast majority of that front elevation. Planting on the roof of the garage is proposed and between the external car park space and the garage, and this will further ensure the garage does not dominate. Given that it's agreed that this is the least dominant design of garage that the site could accommodate, but it remains unacceptable to officers, the conclusion must be that the installation of a garage at this property is inherently unacceptable and harmful to the national park, because no other option would be acceptable either. The property is not listed, it's not in a conservation area, and it's not a non-designated heritage asset. The garage proposed is set back from the road, modest and carefully designed. Garages are surely not the preserve of only those with large detached properties. The proposed garage will allow my client to continue to park his business vehicle at his home safely, ensure his business prospers, and that he can continue to play an active role in the community and will not cause any harm to the national park or its immediate setting in the street scene. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, we did a drive past yesterday, briefly, so that we could familiarise ourselves with exactly what the position was in the area. Any members got any thoughts on this? Mike?
Yeah, I have a question. Do I understand that the garage is actually lower than the pavement and the road? I'm just concerned about drainage into the garage, and if that is an issue, then how would that be resolved?
Yeah, Jane did allude to the fact that it's sloping on the inside to, I think, maximise height going into the garage, but you can see from that the step is level with the roadside pavement, and in that regard, so it's level with the pavement, so there would be no drainage, wouldn't be a concern to officers, or it could easily be dealt with by normal drainage requirements.
But if I may, Chair, this is one of the things that did come up yesterday, and the provided plans showed a 1 in 16 slope down into the garage.
Yeah, there's a number of issues with the plans. It does show that 1 in 16 slope. That's not reflected by the elevation drawings. There are also dimensions on the elevation drawing that show it at being overall height of being 2.25 metres, which it clearly not, it's 2.95. And again, that drawing shows it flat with the pavement. So if it were to be approved, you know, it would be built, it could be built like that. So there's a bit of ambiguity with that slope. It's only a very minor slope, 1 in 16, so it's probably not easy to show on a drawing of that scale.
Water flows down, doesn't it?
Yeah, you'd expect if there's any concern about that to have a channel drain just inside the wall line of the property to a soakaway to combat anything like that.
The intention is to harvest rainwater.
Jane, if you're going to talk, I wonder whether you could come up to the microphones so that it's on record.
The intention is that rainwater will be harvested as part of a grey water recycling system.
Okay, thank you. You better sit down just in case another issue comes up. I think I understood you to say that other solutions had been thought about, but they were not to be considered by the applicant. Can you explain that a bit further?
I had an informal discussion with Jane as agent, looking at a variety of options of sizes of building on the site.
So the principle of a building on the site is one that we would accept, is it?
Yes, our policies allow for extensions and alterations to dwellings in principle, and new outbuildings, provided they can be accommodated without harm to the local landscape and local setting and streetscape, those sorts of site-specific aspects and being a good standard, high standard of design, use of materials, etc. In this case, it's the scale, form and location of that and its inappropriateness in terms of our local building tradition and the character of the house, which, in our view, render it unacceptable.
Oh, so, I mean, just to get us absolutely clear, if they came along with a traditional gabled garage with sloping roofs and all the rest of it, that's something that can be looked at?
I think we did look at a small single garage space with traditional roof, but the difficulties of accommodating that within the site and getting in and out of it, as well as not having a roof which then projects up and interferes with views
that's
from
what I was trying to get to,
the applicant's property.
Right.
If you notice further down the street, you know, the people have put garages alongside their property where they can be more easily accommodated without.
But you couldn't do that here.
You can't do that here. The levels and the site don't lend it, unfortunately.
Okay, well, I've got Ken first and then Matt.
Thanks, Chair. I mean, my concern was the impact on the character of the street scene, as to use John's words. I mean, the character has changed over time, as John has already alluded to. All the gardens there have been dug out for parking. But I think something of this size is going to quite significantly change the character of that run of properties. And it's the scale, size, form that makes me... I find it difficult to support the application as a result. As a minor, I was going to raise the drainage issue, which Mike raised, but that's gone. The other thing that I wondered about was the excavation back towards the property. Are there any structural concerns here? I mean, that's a sizable property, upslope. Are the walls of the proposed structure sufficiently robust to retain that property? It's only a matter of, what, a metre and a half away? I think, you know, has anyone raised that as an issue, or is it just me?
Well, that would be covered by the building regulations, really, and the walls would, of course, have to be built to withstand the pressure from that in that location. But that's rather a building regs rather than a planning concern. It would have to be done carefully, for sure.
Could I interject?
We're not interject. You can wait your turn if you don't know what I'm saying. So, will you finish that sentence again? Sorry, what were you saying?
It would no doubt have to be done with care, bearing in mind excavating quite deeply so close to the house, but that would be a building regulations matter largely, and it would have to be done with care, taking those points into account.
I take that perfectly. Matt, I had you... Oh, sorry. Yes.
All I was going to say was my substantive comment is about its impact on the street scene, rather than...
Matt.
I'm delighted to see a building like this with a green roof on it, because one of the significant impacts of the conversion of front gardens to hard standing is the roads, the drains in the road are designed for the width of the road, and so all of those bits of hard standing, all of which can only be considered individually, are impacting on the risk of flooding downstream. So that they will be increasing the amount of water which is going into the Derwent. And this application does actually do something significant to try and stop that with the rainwater harvesting and the green roof as well. So I think that actually it's quite a good solution. I think the things that have been done to convert front gardens into hard standing are a really bad thing, which we should be trying to stop wherever we possibly can because of the impact downstream. And this actually is a good is an improvement.
It's a way of mitigating it, isn't it? Right, Jane, you wanted to make one point, but could you also at the same time answer another point, which is why does it have to be quite so big? Is my question.
So the structural issue. It isn't a planning issue, but I'm not in the business of making planning applications for things that you can't then build. So we have had a full set of structural drawings. The retention is more complicated than it would be obviously for a detached garage or for something that was less close to the house. but it is feasible and it can be done. And we felt ultimately that there was benefits to moving it as far in that direction as possible, in terms of sort of offsetting it from the street scene. In terms of size, can we go back to the plan, John, that was just on a minute ago? That one. You can see it's a single garage. It fits a single vehicle in it. It has some room at the side, which will allow the storage of the type of things that people generally have in their garages, like bikes and ladders and those kind of things. It allows for a small amount of storage, but it is not an excessively large building.
Okay, thank you. Right, I've now got 3 speakers. I'll start at the top end with Ken, then I'll go to Rachel, then I'll go to Ginny.
Thank you. In a previous life, and I used to work for a living, I was concerned with health and safety. And if that's a green roof and it's grass and somebody has to cut it, I'd like to see some kind of stop, because it's 3 metres high in it at door entrance, and it's dangerous.
Okay. I will ask a question about that shortly. Rachel?
Yeah, just about if the design was to be mirrored in the garden opposite, would there still be enough room for turning spaces? Because I think we should work on a principle of if we can do it in one garden, it should be applicable in another. And the one along, yeah.
That's a really good question. We have no objections from the Highway Authority, which I found personally a little bit surprising, because you can see from the site plan there, it would be extremely difficult to manoeuvre and get in and out of the site with a 4 gear without the goodwill of your neighbour, shall we say. It would depend what happens across that line here, which is the party line. At the moment, you can see from the slide that the party line comes from the centre of this shared path down to here. The parking area is set back, so there is space for manoeuvring, but without that space I think it'd be extremely difficult. But it depends what the neighbour did and where they put it on their site.
So hypothetically, if the neighbour were to build a structure that was of the same design, both vehicles will be able to get in and out of their properties?
They should be able to, with quite a bit of manoeuvring.
Okay, I think there's an interesting question there, which I'm going to raise further on. Ginny?
Yeah, I was going to ask the same question as Ken, actually. It's about the safety of the roof. I think this is really clever design, and I like the fact that we've got all the greenery. I like the fact we've got the flat roof, and I'm very much in favour of it.
Okay. Could we just explore further both Ken's point and Rachel's point? Ken's point was about the maintenance of the roof. Safety. And the safety that it had. And would that, for example, or could that, for example, end up in having to have fencing and things on the top of it as well, is one question. The second question is this. At the moment, it looks as though the neighbour and this house are sharing a common manoeuvring area. Is that right?
That appears to be the case.
What?
That appears to be the case, yes.
Right. So is this being built on top of the common manoeuvre? I mean, is that a legal right that they have to do that, or is that just the way it's happened and turned out? If you understand the question.
I do. Just making sure it was directed at me. The dashed line down the centre there is the central line. That's the property boundary, and there is manoeuvring within the front area by both parties within each other's space.
And is that a legal right, or is that just what happens?
No, it isn't. It is what happens as a matter of fact. Okay. If the neighbouring property was to build exactly the same garage, there would be the same offset, obviously, so there still is manoeuvring space available in that front garden on that side.
Okay. And what's the answer to Ken's question?
Is that about the roof, the green roof? Normally, when you plant a green roof, you do it sedum and specialist plants which don't require much maintenance at all. so you don't have to get up and mow them. You will note, however, and the application is a bit silent on it, it's only, if I look at the right slide, it's only a little step up onto this roof from the pathway around the house, and at 1 metre away, if you look at the layout, it will be easy to step onto that. So, you know, whilst if you were adults living in the house, no problem at all. Kids or visitors, you would have to take care because you could easily get on there and you've got a 3 metre drop at the other end. But if it were to be approved and a future owner wanted to put some fencing up there, we would advise that it would need to be very sort of narrow metal posts and wire fencing, so to be see-through as much as possible, if that was indeed required.
Okay, Matt, I've got you again, but then I'm going to ask for a motion from someone. Matt.
Yeah, I was just going to say that we own a green roof and it is maintained by contractors who come and maintain. Not me personally, we, the authority, own a green roof in the Moreland Centre at Edale, which has a maintenance regime. You know, you can absolutely do a maintenance regime for this. So, you know, green roofs are widely used, particularly in other countries, and that shouldn't be a reason. You know, the green roof shouldn't be maintenance of the green roof shouldn't be a reason for refusing it.
I've got Ginny next. If Andrew, then after you, Ginny.
Yes, I'd like to move the recommendation that this be approved, but put in a condition that we actually secure some sort of safety fence so that people can't get onto the roof, because I think that could be a danger.
That really would transform the whole appearance of it, but that's your motion. I've got Andrew next and then Mike.
Oh, amusing, but they could always buy a rabbit.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, right.
Chair, I was going to, I'm going to suggest that where the drop is substantial, above 2 metres, that part is fenced off with an appropriate fence so that no one can fall off it. And I think that can be secured by condition.
So are you seconding what, effectively seconding what Ginny has put together? So the issue is the fence.
But I also have another one, but Jane will want to speak. I know.
I mean, obviously, it's your decision to make, but I think as an applicant, we would prefer to fence the back edge of the top of the garage so that it wasn't prominent at the front. There's no intention to occupy the roof on any kind of recreational basis, and a fence at the back would be much more acceptable to us, and I imagine to you.
I think that is a matter for the law, actually. It's occupiers' liability, health and safety, and what if you we going to have to ask what conditions would be put on this, but one of them must be that any further fencing or anything else gets our approval. That must be the way that works. I have a feeling that somebody else said you wanted to speak again. That's right.
It was just to the sustainability of the green roof that I think previously we've put a condition on.
We put one on the ones in Baslow, didn't we?
Yeah, yes. So that if all the plants die, I mean, you'll probably know more about this than me, Matthew, that it'll be reseeded and some kind of maintenance regime for it.
Before we go any further, can we ask the planning officers if there are any conditions that they would impose on this if it's approved?
Yes, I'll come back on any of these. First, thanks. The first one would be the standard time limit for commencement of the development. The second one would be to define the approved plans, potentially amended and corrected with those anomalies that we've picked up about measurements. Third condition covering materials and potentially a sample panel of the stonework. Fourth condition will be to recess the garage doors 150mm to give an appropriate shadow line. Fifth one, we maintain the parking space and the garage parking space throughout the lifetime of the development because it provides the essential parking requirements for the site. The sixth one would be agree the details of the landscaping scheme, including details of the green roof and its management. And I'm unclear about the last point about potential fencing, whether you wanted to see details of that, which could be included within
Well, I think
the detailed landscaping scheme.
I think you would withdraw permitted development rights for anything that went on in the front garden, so that planning permission would be required for it.
There is no permitted development rights for anything forward of the front line of a building.
Well, for the
fencing.
Fencing there is. There there is.
Yeah.
And I think lighting arrangements.
Yes, floodlight, that would be an appropriate condition, Chair.
Right. I have a motion to approve, subject to those various conditions and the points made. All those in favour of approving it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Those again.
Was that 8? Sorry, I counted 9.
Oh God, I can never.
And you said
9.
9.
Okay. That's what we have a solicitor for, to count. I can't count. Those against? 1. That is carried. Okay.
There's an abstention, is it?
And there's an abstention. You're abstaining? Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Take us on to the very last report, which is for report only, which is the outcome of the recent appeals, which I know I've got somewhere. It's come adrift from the... No, I've got it. Are there any signs here of the one at Kettleshew coming under discussion, or is there a silence on that?
Silence so far.
There's a silence so far. I move that the report be noted. Anyone against? Thank you. That's carried. Anything else? No. Okay. Thank you very much indeed, members. The meeting is over at 2 o'clock.